Good evening. Hello. It's me and the lovely Amber today. We're pretty much just gonna try to do a bunch of sprints because Amber's got a lot of stuff to do. And
Amber fucked herself as usual. Hi!
yeah, so Amber's got a lot of work to do, and I have work I can do, but nothing I must do. So I'll do something. I don't know.
At this point, I'm staying up all night anyways. Stream, don't stream. Let my life go down the shitter. It's fine.
Well, I mean, I can stream late. I just have to make sure I put Noelle to bed on time, but Jordan's going to be asleep by the time the stream would be normally done anyways because he worked at 5 a.m. this morning. So, like, he'll be sleeping.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely gonna be a 48-hour day. There's no way around it.
Good thing it's the weekend.
Uh, yeah, I found this out 2 days ago. That's how long I've been freaking.
Oh, well, good thing you have the weekend to work on it.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so speaking of sprints, I'm going to go find a timer. Amber, do you want to do, like, an intro whilst I do this?
Sure. Hi, I'm Amber Craft. When I'm not fucking up my own self, I write paranormal romance, if I remember to save it correctly. I have my second book, Unknown Family, coming out February 9th. Hopefully my proof gets here before we go live so I can see if it is pretty or not. This book launch is going great, dude. I'm the host of the Afterthought podcast with an episode coming out the second Saturday of every month. Hopefully that comes out with all this shit going on. Dude, I'm so pissed at myself I can't even think straight. Things are happening. None of it good except for the book. Things are happening. I don't know. Should I tell them what I did? It's not even my fault, but I'm pissed like it's my fault.
If you want to tell him, like, I guess it's a possible thing that they can learn from, although we don't really know how it happened. So, like,
well, okay. So you know how we say back up your work in multiple places? Well, we always say back up your work, but we don't always say multiple places. I'm saying this. If you have work, back it up in multiple places. That way, maybe this won't happen to you. So this lovely lady right here spent her time, did not have to, and worked on Unknown Love, the redo for the new cover and the reformat and all of this in December. And I saved it, thought it was done, went to go send it to my narrator, just to find out when he emailed me back, it turned into squares.
What's the matter? Why
Don't know how. Don't know why. Don't even know when. So I have her edits, thank God, saved in email. And so now I have to go and re-edit the book. So I'm not sleeping tonight because it has to get to the narrator by this weekend because I have a contract. I'm under deadline. I'm freaking the fuck out because I got a book coming out in 4 days as well. So we're going to do all that. And then we're going to work on the marketing for the second book. And maybe I won't lose my sanity by Jace's stream tomorrow because I'm not sleeping tonight.
I mean, let's be honest, you'll probably lose your sanity by Jason's stream tomorrow.
It'll be one hell of a funny ass stream. Throw Charlie in there and we got a party.
Noelle, you can't have soda. She wants a Coke, and
Here,
I don't want to drink Coke because of the caffeine in it.
Yeah.
And also the fact that it's got a lot of sugar, and it's less than an hour until bedtime, so you cannot have soda.
No.
Hey, Noelle, water's good for you.
Do you want some of Mama's water?
No.
Well, you're not going to have soda, so if you're thirsty, you got to drink water.
No.
She's usually good about that. Like, if I tell her no and to drink water, she usually listens, but she's being a sassy pants today.
Maybe she's just got a craving for some soda, Mama. Yeah, it was like, I was freaking out. I was crying. My daughter was like giving me hugs and like telling me I needed to quit freaking out because, you know, heart condition. And so I calmed down and thank God, found the backup copy of the edits.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm working on tonight.
Plus, I still have a copy saved too, so there would have at least been that.
Yeah. That's what I was afraid of, is that you wouldn't have a backup copy and I would have accidentally deleted it. Yeah. Because it's right at 90 days since you sent it to me, and Google now deletes everything in the trash after 90 days. So if you didn't have it, I'd have been screwed, blued, and tattooed.
Yeah, that would have been a disaster. But I saved it just in case. I already had it saved because I saved it to my computer when I was working on it. I just didn't delete it because I was like, yeah, I'll just keep it just in case.
Yeah.
And then I forgot that I had it on there. So, like, I probably would have deleted it by now, but I forgot that I still had it.
What I'm going to do is get one of my either 32 or I think I may have a 64. One of my biggest SD cards and or drives and put every finished book on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case, because the only other copy I have of my books other than this computer is my laptop. Like, when I decided to redo Unknown Revenge, I literally had to go to Kindle, copy it, and paste it into Word.
These things will save your life, man.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why the hell I haven't been using them, but yeah.
This one is a 64 that I had, like, just somewhere. And because I was like, I think I have a flash drive somewhere, because I was trying to take files off of my Google Docs and my Google Drive because it was getting full. And so I was taking files off and putting them on the flash drive, but I found the flash drive and I found drafts of old stuff of mine that I wanted to someday come back to that I thought I didn't have anymore. And I was like, it was like a happy surprise. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, this is actually a project I wanted to go back to someday, and I thought I lost it.
See, and I have still somewhere a whole, like, 5-star little zippable pencil pouch full of 34 and above flash drives. But when my marketing manager tried to help me organize, I lost it.
In the
chaos, the chaos.
Organization always makes me lose stuff too.
I need the chaos, okay? I need it. It's been in that pouch since I bought that pouch. It's been in that pouch for 4 years now. I don't remember if we took it out of the pouch or if we just put the pouch somewhere. I don't freaking know at this point. All I know is I've only got 2 flash drives. And I know I've got 12.
Gotta find them somewhere, I guess. All right. Well, hello, my name is Meadow. This is my writing stream. I do this on Tuesday afternoons and on Friday evenings. Although this next Tuesday, I am canceling it because Amber is going to do her book launch at that time, and I want to be a part of the book launch. So instead of coming here on Tuesday to this channel, go to Amber's channel because she's doing her book launch, and it's going to be exciting.
YouTube has a thing where you can pin stuff to it now. So you could always pin that in the comments.
I'll do that during the sprint because, yeah. Also, on Wednesdays, I do The Sims. This Sunday, I'm going to be doing a bonus episode of The Sims because I have to age up some of our kids before we can continue with our challenge because we no longer have room in our household at the moment. And I had a bit of a breakdown on Wednesday because I got really far. I was like just about to age up 2 of my toddlers, and I had just aged up one of my kids to a teen. And then Noelle turned off the computer and it closed everything. And I got back onto the stream. And it was like way back, and I was like, no, I was so close. Hold on, Jordan. And so yeah, I'm gonna do a bonus episode on Sunday, just dedicated to aging up the kids, and then normal schedule on Wednesday. And then I'm a freelance editor, so if you're looking for an editor, you can hire me. I'm available. And my website is rosecityediting.com. And yay. And I have my testimonials up on there now too, so you can see. I'm still waiting for a couple, but you can see the ones that I do have, and I haven't put Amber's books on there, but I did work on both of Amber's books.
Yep. You'll
I
have
don't
my
have it on there
testimonial.
yet, but because she hasn't revealed the covers fully and everything, so I'm waiting.
Well, today was the final reveal block removed for Unknown Family. So
Sure. One
you're
moment.
good. Start the timer. You're good. Hubby's always been this in the way.
All right, we're gonna start a sprint now because Jordan needs my attention for some reason.
Men always need attention.
I know. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. The sprint's done, and I have no idea how long it's been done for because I didn't hear the timer because I had YouTube muted.
I don't have YouTube muted, and I still didn't hear it.
So no, I had the timer muted.
Oh,
Yeah. So
gotcha.
oops.
I know we had 5 minutes left when I hit chapter 13 and said, "Oh fuck!" So, because this is one of the ones where I had like a long thing with no breaks in it.
Oh, right.
Ugh. So I'm
Okay.
just reading a chapter.
So we have Devin. I didn't say hi to Devin before, and I should have. So hello, Devin. But we also had Yaza join us. Hello, Yaza. And we had Laura join us. Hello, Laura. Close to finishing the horror short story. Ooh, yay! And then sleep. It's the underground tunnels with the sea creatures one. Air jellies, clay polyps, and a viperfish / octopus. Octopus walking on land to hear how it sounds. It's so gross.
Well, there are fish that walk on land, so it is a real thing. It could be.
So we did a 24-minute sprint instead of a 20-minute sprint.
Oops. I'm a little busy.
I was distracted. I was not on the screen, and I forgot to unmute the timer. But it's unmuted now, so won't happen again. We're going
So I made new timers, the ones Nikki asked me to make.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have such a startling sound at the end now, since everybody thinks the camera snapping is startling.
K&E Southworth. I don't think I've seen you on my channel before.
I don't either. Hello.
So welcome, and I hope you return. Yeah. So welcome. We just finished our first sprint, and we're gonna go at least 4, but possibly more than that. We don't know yet, but at least 4.
Who knows? If you don't go long, I may just stay going long just so I can make sure I get shit done.
I was working on this, and then I was like, oh, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I need to schedule live streams. So I scheduled my next 3 live streams writing wise, because I usually do them the whole month all at once.
I need to do that too now that I'm not doing my. I think next Wednesday I'm gonna try. Jason does his own restream, and so I want to try it on there. And so I may do Twitch and YouTube next Wednesday, but that would probably, if I don't like restream, that might be my last Wednesday on YouTube. I said that it was going to be this past Wednesday, but I want to try restream, so we shall see.
Right. All right. So Laura wrote 200 more words, or needs 200 more words. Yeah, needs 200 more words to finish the story. We'll get you there. And nope, first time popped up in the you might be interested column.
You're in the recommended. Oh my god.
This is the first time somebody said that I've been in the recommended on YouTube, so that makes me really happy.
Round of applause, dude. I don't think anybody's ever told me that.
I'm excited about that. And also, Devin, no.
Maybe. It's not New Year's. I'm not doing a 72-hour stream. It might end up being a 48 between Meadow and me and Jace. But, you know.
I mean, I'll probably end up streaming late because, like, Jordan worked at 5 a.m. and he'll probably be asleep by the time I would normally be done with the stream because I usually go for 2 hours. And about 9:30 last week, I went up there and he was dead asleep. And I was like, I told you. I told you you'd be asleep by the time I finished. He's like, the next morning I said that. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't sleeping. I'm like, okay. So
that's what the back of your eyelid said.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can go later, but probably not that long. Okay.
So I need to fix.
When I'm done scheduling streams, I'm going to go back to doing this. This is my outlining board for romance projects. I can't get it all on the screen.
It looks more organized than before. I like it.
Yeah, it definitely looks a lot cleaner because I had used washi tape before, and because that's the only thing I had on hand to write on the black was the paint pen, but didn't look very good because it wasn't opaque enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I got some of the metallic Sharpies today, and I used those instead. And my lines are straight.
I think once the book launch on Tuesday is done, I'm probably gonna do that again. Like I told you, these like little things I bought that were supposed to be such a good idea. Corkboard don't want to stick to these goddamn walls. Save it for when I get to Texas and get a house. It's not gonna be wasted money. But for now, I'm gonna buy 2 of those and put one for each book. I think I'm gonna make like one a series Bible thing, like order of events, and then one my old book style one.
Mm-hmm. I think I had decided what I wanted to spend my pleasure money from our tax returns on. Because I hadn't decided for a while. I couldn't think of anything. There's a corner in my living room over there where there's bookshelves right there currently, but I'm going to be rearranging the furniture, and I'm going to turn that corner into like a little office area for myself.
Nice.
Because I'm tired of sitting here at the table all the time.
That's true. But it's easier when you're cooking and talking and, you know.
Yeah, and it's fine to like take the laptop over to the kitchen with me in that case. But I want to actually have like a desk, and I want to be able to hang these up on the wall and like.
No, I get it. I definitely miss my desk with my 2 computer screens and space to write.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get a dual monitor, so I don't think it's gonna quite be $500 to do that because as a desk, I'm gonna get a nice chair. That'll probably take up most of the budget because really nice chairs are expensive.
Yeah, you can get a good corner desk, like if you don't want anything too big. I think I got my corner desk I had at Walmart for like right around 100.
Mm-hmm.
It was like the bookshelf style, so I had like shelving on bottom for the books I was using, and then it was the corner desk. And it was just big enough that I could put the little stand with the 2 monitors, so it like I had room on the desk. It was really nice.
And we have the desk upstairs, but I don't like using it because it's got Jordan's computer and his 3D printer, so there's not very much space for me to like. If I needed a notebook and write something down, there's like no space there.
Yeah.
So.
When we get our house, depending on whether we have 2 office areas or not, so either when we get the house or when I build my office, that's one thing I'm definitely investing in with my income tax is a 3D printer. Like that's my splurge this year, but I'm saving it until we move because I don't want to worry about like the moving of it.
Yeah, 3D printers are awesome. I'm a little bit annoyed because Jordan got one. They're expensive, and he used it like constantly for the first like few months and hasn't used it since then.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do you even have it?
There are so many things I want to make and can make on a 3D printer for my merch that like I've got a whole 1.5-page list of stuff I can make and where to find the templates and stuff.
One of the things that Jordan made for me, because we're Magic players, this is a deck box, but it's a TARDIS.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so he had to print all the window pieces and these all separately, and then had to like stick them in the grooves and glue them in. And these were printed separately, and then he painted the letters white, and then this was printed, and then on the top. But it's awesome. The only thing it needs left is we need to repaint the letters in and sand it some more because like you can see it's all
yeah,
and then put stickers on the doors for the sign.
But it's so cute.
It's cute, and it holds this is a commander deck, but what it does is when he deals damage to somebody, you restart your turn. So he travels back in time and does it again. He's in a time traveling box.
That is cute. I know. I wish I did. When I was little, my dad at the time had a this huge elaborate shopsmith that the rehab person in me wants to buy so I can make all kinds of cool furniture with and stuff. But I need to like learn how to not want to do everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather do my jewelry and stuff while my hands are working, and if my hand gets better enough for me to do that, and focus on that. And I can always do woodworking when I get older and can't do all the intricate shit anymore.
So this definitely describes Jordan pretty well. Us guys buy a lot of toys, use it for a month, and never touch it ever again. But we won't sell it because what if we need it in the future?
That's not just guys.
Lots of people do that too, but Jordan.
I think women have like their things that they do that with, whereas guys just have any toy.
Yeah, like for me, it's like bullet journaling stuff or crafting supplies, that kind of stuff. Jordan will get really, really into a hobby, invest like a lot of money, and by a lot of money, I mean like a few $1,000s into said hobby. He'll do said hobby for a few months, and then he never does it again. And then it sucks because we live in a very, very small apartment with very, very little storage space. And he has lots of hobbies that take up a lot of space that we don't have the space for.
That's why half of mine are in a storage right now, waiting to go to Texas with us.
So he got super into airsoft, and he bought like really nice airsoft stuff and a full army. The newer camouflage that they just went to, he got that full uniform. Yeah, that full uniform and all the airsoft stuff, multiple like really nice airsoft guns and all that kind of stuff. And he never went airsofting with them. Like he literally never used them. And they're taking up so much space.
Okay, so I just tried to cut these chapters like in half, and I turned out with more chapters than I need. So I may just have to change where the old chapters start to make it work better.
So we're going to start a sprint, and Noelle's going to go to bed soon. So I'm going to move to the living room and sit on the floor with the coffee table. I buy the tools to start a business, usually craft related, and then struggle to finish the ideas. Goal this year is to finish last year's ideas. Well, good luck. Yeah, I struggle a lot with that too. I got super into crochet, and I bought a bunch of crochet stuff, and I've made like 2 things.
Well, like for me, like I told you, I planned on taking like a month off of like full-time working on any book or anything because of the move and stuff. So like I told Kira we would start going ahead and making jewelry for once we got there to sell and stuff to get the business going. And so I'm hoping a lot of our crafting stuff will become actual things.
Right. And there's a difference between like
just because I want more space though. I want more space to go down. This is how bad it is. I've got 3 of these full. And only one is like half done stuff.
Yeah. The other thing that's taking up most of the space in my house is Noelle's oodles and oodles and oodles and more oodles of toys that are just slowly filling the house until we're going to eventually be buried alive, basically.
That's okay. Just do a purge every 6 months. That's what I had to do with Kira. Like, the second she quit playing with something, it would disappear after bed one night.
Yeah, I'm going to be going through, because she's got a lot of toys in the living room, and since I'm rearranging the furniture, I'm going to go through all the toys that are in there and organize the ones she's keeping and donate the other ones.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's start this sprint. In 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, there's another sprint. Done.
Hi.
Noelle's been waiting for this opportunity because she's been trying to say hi.
Hi,
Hi.
Hi, Noel.
Say hi, Ember.
Hi, Anna.
Don't chew on that.
Hi, Anna.
Hi, love.
I love Noodles. It's a blue cup and chocolate.
Why are you
Yeah, the
talking
blue
about
comb. Talking about the blue comb.
And Teddy, please. Teddy. And then
Okay, here's your teddy bear.
it's Teddy. 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 Teddy.
That's your
Teddy.
favorite teddy?
That's favorite was Teddy.
Favorite teddy.
Just
Devin says hi, Noel.
the feet.
Noelle, Devin says hi.
Hi.
Say hi. Say hi, Devin.
Hi, Devin. It's eating it. It's
Squeezing it. Squeeze it. Can you get teddy bear a hug?
I don't know why I bother trying to braid her hair when I really suck at it. And it usually falls out really quickly. Still piece.
I can do that too.
Noelle, you're being silly.
Hey, Noel.
Stop moving.
Say hi. Noel. Say hi, Yaza.
Squishy.
Noelle, say hi, Yaza.
Hi, Dad.
Cecile.
I bet little Teddy. I bet your hair.
Aw, brushing the teddy's hair.
Sit forward. Right there. Don't move.
Watching you do that, it's like watching me get Kira ready for gymnastics tournaments every weekend. Competitions, not tournaments.
Well, I was trying to do a
Different
duck training, but I've never done one before, so that was a fail. Alright.
Well, it's easier when their hair's not
No.
wispy.
Just because there's
Are
a
you-
camera doesn't mean you need to be a silly goose.
Are you singing like Mama does on camera?
Utah.
Noelle, what is on your jammies? Who's that?
Utah.
No, it doesn't say Utah. What? Who is this?
Utah.
Noelle, look right here. Who is that? Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Hey, technically she does see Utah. It's your shirt, not hers.
She says Utah to literally anything. If I say, what does this say? It's Utah because that's the first word she learned how to read from right here.
Hmm.
And so now every single word is Utah, apparently.
Utah, right there. It's Utah.
No, that's not Utah.
That's Yoda.
It's Baby Yoda.
No, it's Utah.
It's Baby Yoda.
Yoda.
Baby Yoda.
I do kind of sound like
Utah.
Yoda, Utah. Oh, Jazza, come on, calm down.
Noelle, say hi, Yaza. Say hi, Yaza. You're being a crazy goose. Jordan gave her a bath and got her all riled up and then said, hey, I'm going to bed. You deal with her and put her to bed. I'm like, okay, fine. But now she's this.
I don't know what it is about that to give them extra energy.
I don't understand it. She, like, turns into a freaking Tasmanian devil after she gets out of the bath.
It's like you wash the day's, like, pressure off of them, and they're like, I'm free!
I'm free!
It's good night to go in and swim dog.
Yeah, it's really dark.
Hey, Noelle, I'm gonna get you.
Well, I didn't do a ton during the sprint. I scheduled some more streams. And then Jordan was like, hey, she's done with the bath. Come get her. So, yeah.
I'm going back. I'm putting back.
Yeah, I think I remember that. Noelle, say, are you okay? Is your brain functioning properly? Okay, whatever. I'm not even gonna bother braiding your hair. I brushed it. That's good enough.
No shit, that seriously looked like my cousin happened to have enough epileptic fit.
Teddy. This is my Teddy.
What are you saying? Why are you yelling at me?
My Teddy piece.
What do you want?
My
A
Teddy
teddy bear.
Oh, where is it?
bear.
Where do you put it? Where is it?
I put in the chair.
What chair?
Oh, where's the Teddy? What happened?
Where did it go?
What happened?
It literally is like disappeared. Go look for it. I don't know where it is, Noelle.
I find it.
I don't know where it is. Go find it. What happened?
She literally just had it.
Yeah.
Noelle, you had it.
Yes, it does. Camera always means be silly. Yeah, she is almost.
Teddy. Teddy.
Where is it?
I'm trying to find it, Mommy.
You find it. She's almost 3. Her birthday's next month, and she'll be 3. And
Oh my god, I can't believe their birthdays are next month.
I know. Careful.
God.
Am I sitting on it?
Wow.
No, I'm not sitting on it.
Yours is about to be 3 and mine's about to be 14. Dear God, help us.
There it is. It fell underneath the cushion I was sitting on somehow. Like underneath it, not just like by it or anything. Underneath it.
You realize our kids are almost as far apart in age as we are?
Daddy.
Wow.
I just thought about that.
So you had your child when you were my age when I had her? Because I was 21 when she was born.
I had just turned 21.
Same.
No. Don't do that.
Mommy can't give the teddy bear a hug?
Don't.
Can I give it a hug?
Give me.
Can I have a hug?
Give
Can I have a hug? Can I have a hug?
Give me, Mommy. Don't snuggle him on the TV.
Don't snuggle on the TV. That's the cutest thing I've ever heard. Don't snuggle on the TV, Mama.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Well,
Oh, that is so cute.
I
That's
hope
probably the cutest thing she's ever said.
Don't
Don't snuggle on the TV, Mama.
put in toys.
you put it away with your toys.
Just don't even.
Okay, wait, come here, quick. She's running away. I need to redo
Noelle,
this.
you gotta say go.
Noelle, come here, quick. You gotta say hi to somebody. Oh, you got a boo-boo. Come here, let me kiss it. She hurt herself somehow. I can't see her. Noelle, come here, let me kiss your boo-boo.
Okay.
Where's your boo-boo?
Let me kiss your boo-boo, please.
Where's your boo-boo?
Kiss it.
Your foot? Oh, you scraped your ankle a little bit. All better.
Hey, Noelle, say go.
We're going to start a sprint. Are you ready? Okay, Noelle. 3. Let me kiss it again. Let me kiss it again. You'll be all right, I promise. All right, you ready? We're going to start a sprint. 3, 2, 1. She's running away.
She went.
Go! Noelle, quick, say go! Oh, okay. Now say go.
No!
Close enough.
Oh, real quick. Hi, Haley's World. I just saw your comment, and we're doing another sprint. And I'll talk to you more when we're done. Okay, there's another sprint done. And Noelle went upstairs and had Jordan read her a story, and then she just came back down. Also ignore the blinds that Noelle has destroyed back there.
It's a toddler thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to replace my blinds. Just these ones, thankfully, but because she can't reach all the other ones. But I'm gonna have to replace them when we move out, because like there's no saving, because they're broken all the way up to the top on both sides. Okay, so Haley, I did not get a chance to fully say hello and welcome. So hello and welcome.
Ice cream donuts.
That's my ice cream donut.
Please, my ice cream donuts.
I can't say no to you when you say please.
Okay.
Oh, ice cream sounds good right about now.
It's these little Klondike ice cream things, but they're Boston cream donut flavored, and they're in the shape of a donut, and they're covered in chocolate, and they're pretty good. The ice cream just tastes like Boston cream, but it's ice cream.
I don't know that I could do that. I don't like cream in my donuts, period. I don't know that I could do that.
No, I'm working right now. Can you She dropped the book on her foot.
Ow.
Let me see. Where's the boo-boo? Right there.
Breathe, Noelle. Breathe.
You're okay. You're okay, I promise. It's all better. It's all better. You're okay. You're being a little bit dramatic. There's no blood.
That probably hurt.
It didn't even turn red, and she's acting like it chopped her toe off. Okay.
Probably scared her more than anything.
Come here. Let me get you a hug.
I've broken toes. They hurt.
You're okay. I'll read you the story when we start another timer, okay? Does that sound good? Sure, you can have a bite. Don't eat all of it because Mommy wants more of it. Take another bite, go ahead.
That's it.
Do you need help? Here. Open your mouth. Okay. Or not. All right. Well, I did some more of this, and I finished scheduling all of my streams for the month. So yay! And yeah, that's what I did.
Right now, I'm turning all the sections I just said chapter into the headings, so I can go back and actually count how many.
Shh.
I think it's going to go from 15 chapters to 27.
Hey, whatever works.
Yeah. And that makes, let's see,
Quiet.
Please.
That makes the smallest chapter, how many words? 2452, and the biggest chapter 5729, which is a lot better than 8,596. No, that wasn't even the biggest one. Hang on, where was the biggest one? I know I hit a 9 somewhere in the first edition. Yep, 9602 was for chapter 4.
I think the longest chapter you had in book 2 was 1,700 words.
Oh no, not the longest. Let me check.
No, not 1,700 words. 17 pages is what I was thinking.
Yeah, I keep track of this shit. Hang on.
17 pages was the longest one.
So the first,
Hold on.
the original, before I gave it to you guys, because the book 2 was different. I didn't split it by. I split the chapters by acts on the first book of Unknown Family. So the biggest chapter was like 12,395 words. But then when I went through and I did my edit, my longest chapter was 6909. And by the time we did all our edits and it became final, my biggest chapter is 5783.
Small compared to book 1. What it used to be.
Well, let's see. When I wrote my first draft, it was 109,803 words. After you guys' edit, it's
You
a,
got it.
it's 109,153. So it went down about 700 words from start to finish.
This child, I swear. Hey, Noelle, do you know what time it is?
No.
Bedtime!
Okay, so when I had my mic muted like a moment ago, she farted really loud. And I was like, ew, did you poop? And she said, no, I tooted. It's like, oh my God.
Oh, I've got to get this done tonight so I can get it to the narrator and to Sako. Send help. I need coffee. I'm going to go make coffee.
My kiddo tried to scale the wall using the rope from the blinds. At about her age, she ended up ripping it off the wall and had a scrape on her leg. Luckily, she hasn't tried anything like that yet. She just, she climbs behind them and stands on the windowsill and like presses herself against the window and looks at all the neighbors. And that's why they're all crinkled on the edges, because she goes in from the side usually.
Sounds like what cats do.
Yeah, she's a little bit animalistic.
So cute.
I'm working in Plotter to outline the next book. This is the beginning of my outlining phases. I already did some drafting on this for Nano because when Nano started, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to work on. I'm just going to start something at random. And so now I'm actually working on the outline part of it so I can finish drafting it.
Is that your cowboy book?
Yeah, yes. Cowboy romance. And for inspiration, I'm watching Heartland because season 13 is on Netflix now.
Oh, Heartland.
So I'm watching that, and
do you know about Ty? That's all I'm gonna ask. Do you know about Ty?
I'm on season 13.
Okay.
I've seen all the way through, and I'm on season 13, episode 8.
Okay. Just like, because I don't want to spoil anything.
Have you seen season 13 already?
Well, I've already seen what's going on in filming. Well, I followed them.
Yeah, well, this gives me the good vibes for cowboy stuff because the male main character in the romance is a horse trainer, like how Amy is. And the Heartland is a little bit more family friendly because this is a little bit more romance.
What I'm trying to think of what episode 8 is.
The description, because it's paused right now, it says a former Flame of Tins returns to Hudson and enlists his help in putting together a rodeo. It's when Casey comes back into town.
Okay. It's like, because now that I've like watched so much stuff on Heartland as they're filming, I always get the season before and the season they're filming mixed up. So I don't remember if the explosion has happened, the oil tanker.
No, but they a couple episodes ago they survived a tornado.
Okay. That's season 14 then. Yeah, like, no, I'm getting all these spoilers for season 14 because, of course, Canada gets a season ahead of us. So, like,
yeah,
Amy's talking about it on Instagram, and I'm, like, freaking out, going, don't tell me this!
Okay, Haley is drawing on a gold bomb right now.
I'm so confused.
Same, but also, I said hi to you, but I also don't think I've seen you on my channel before. So if you are new, welcome. Officially, welcome.
I believe either your... Oh, shit. That's full. Either your stream or mine, I've seen them once before.
I don't think it's been mine, but I could be wrong because I have a terrible memory, but I don't think it was mine.
I want to say they've been on Jace's a couple times.
Well,
I could
if
be
you're
wrong.
wrong, let me
Hello.
know. But if you are new to my channel specifically, welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay, and I hope you come again in the future.
Yeah, we're both horrible with memories.
Mm-hmm.
She has a toddler for an excuse. I have literally a bad memory, medically bad memory. So
In a minute. In a minute, okay? In a minute.
I'm not atypical because I want to be. Let's just put it like that.
A part of my memory issues too is because I have ADHD technically, because they eliminated the ADD part and now it's just ADHD. But I have ADHD, and that's a big part of why my memory is shit. Like, quite frankly. What are you doing?
And even if it wasn't, you have a toddler, so that's enough said.
She climbed in there and saying, "Close it." She wants me to put the lid on it.
Child.
Oh. I'm not gonna put the lid on it. You'll suffocate.
Suffocate me, Mom. Suffocate me. It's fine.
Oh,
Everything's fine.
Haley said, drawing a bomb, not drawing on a bomb. No, I'm not going to suffocate you. New to my channel. Stop yelling at me. New to my channel, but has been tamed.
Well, Haley,
Awesome.
because
So I
I
wasn't
haven't.
wrong. Yay.
Yeah. Haley, because I haven't
Oh
seen
my
you
god.
lately. Just so you know, I have book 2 coming out February 9th. And the launch party is going to be during Meadow's usual stream time at, let's see, what time would that be Eastern? Is it 3 p.m. Eastern? No, 4 p.m. Eastern. Meadow, help me out here.
4 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, 4 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, February 9th. So,
Yeah,
right.
no, definitely is podcast. This question, I don't have anything published yet. This project is going to be a series of cowboy romance novels that I'm going to rapid release, but they all need to be finished first. So probably next year those will be ready to publish. But my other series, my fantasy series, I'm trying to hopefully maybe get the first book in that published this November. And Amber has one book that was previously out that is getting relaunched, and then her launch for her second book is on Tuesday.
Yep. Yeah, if I say I recognize your name, when I lived in Nebraska, I was on Sarah's streams every Friday. And then with Tamara and Caro, I do the writer's workshop the last Saturday of every month. And then I've interviewed Tamara and been on her channel. So I've been around for a couple years. And my books are...
Why are you so loud?
Right now, my first book is only on Amazon until it gets republished. Then it will go wide. And book 2, if you go to my channel, my cover reveal has the smash words where you can get the book for 99 cents until the 9th, and it will go wide on everything, everywhere. And Devin is everywhere because we love him that much. He just has.
Devin is the unofficial official publicist for all of AuthorTube.
He's our marketer, our publicist, our best friend, our shoulder to cry on. You name it.
Mm-hmm. And if you make videos or do live streams, or especially do live streams, I definitely recommend making Devin a moderator on your channel. Because Devin, if he's in your stream, will post links for you and all that fun stuff. And also, if you're not following Devin, you should, because Devin makes playlists of the Devin makes playlists every single day of all the writing streams that are happening that day. And so you can just go to Devin's channel and it'll have the playlist for like the next 6 days or 5 days, several days. Why did you turn off the light?
No.
No.
Of the next several days of live streams, writing wise. So Devin is great. We love Devin.
That is why he's called Tugwaddle. If you ever see that, he is that guy with all the links.
Do you have an author newsletter I can sign up on so I know when it comes out? Me? Are you talking to me? Like, are you actually excited for my project? I don't have a newsletter, but I've had enough requests now that I will make one.
You need to go through. Who do you use for your Rose City website?
Wix.
You can do a newsletter on there. That's what I'm working on this week.
I will have to do that then. I've never made a newsletter before, so I will make one. If you come back to my channel in the future, it will be linked below in the description.
I got taught how to make it, so by my person. But that person that I pay and do the things for. God, what do you call her?
Marketing manager?
That thing!
No, I don't want you to break it. Let go. Let go. Thank you. Nope, that's Mommy's work thing. I don't want you to break it. Turn the light back on.
No.
This kid is asking to go to bed so hard right now. That's it. The writer's workshop, and I just saw the interview. There you go.
Yep.
Oh, and Devin linked the playlist. The guy with all the playlists. So you're not just Tugwaddle. You're Tugwatip.
Sorry, I can't flub that and make that sound any better for you, Devin. You're
No. Tugwatip. All right. So I think we could do another sprint.
Maybe we can make a fish animal out of that to go with your what are they? They're not moles. Oh God, what are they? Guinea pigs. Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad you followed Devin. You'll stay up to date with all the streams because as of right here, the playlist, Devin makes playlists of all the streams and stuff. But yeah, Devin is a valuable asset to the community 100%.
I will say, from Devin doing that, first off, I don't know how nobody thought of it before, so you're brilliant. We already knew that, though. But as long as I've been on AuthorTube, I still, from his playlist, find people that I either didn't know anything about or I thought I was sub to and something happened.
Turn it on for a second. Barely see her right there.
So really dark.
Yeah, it's really dark because you turn the light off.
Huh?
Huh?
Don't
What?
say that.
Don't say that.
You turned it off, Noelle. Who else did it? The boogeyman?
Can't say that.
Say what? The dark?
That's what she says now. Whenever you say something that she doesn't agree with or she's getting in trouble or whatever, she just goes, "No, don't say that."
The truth hurts, Noelle. Get used to it.
Noelle, I love you.
No.
Ow, don't kick me. Don't kick me.
No.
You just made it a game now. To Guadap.
Ow, don't kick me. Seriously, that's naughty. Awesome. I will start working on a newsletter, and I don't have any hard deadlines of when any of my projects are going to come out. Just whenever they're done and ready, they'll come out. Stop!
Let me know if you want to start on it tomorrow. I can tell you where to go and what to look on Wix.
Oh, that would be nice. Maybe that can be my thing during Jace's stream tomorrow. You are kicking the same spot over and again, and I'm going to definitely have a bruise.
Start a sprint and put her to bed.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Before,
Okay, now
before you end up injured.
Turn away. Turn away.
That's not gonna stop you from going to bed.
Oh, no, turn away.
Turn it on then. All right, say goodnight. Say goodnight.
She sounds like, oh God, what's that movie? The 99999.
She hates going to bed. She like wants to be up running around being a crazy little muskrat.
That's every child ever, Mama. That is definitely I'm tired attitude.
Yeah. Okay, let's do this thing. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, there is another sprint done. How did everybody do? I got my kiddo put to bed, and then I wrote a couple more sticky notes for my board right here. And I realized that I couldn't read the words on here very well because I wrote them in with a smaller pen. So I'm writing them with this now. I can actually read them.
Sorry, I decided to make myself coffee. It's already started. Coffee! Because I started yawning.
And you got full an all-nighter.
I went in the living room and the lights were off, and I was like, well, it's almost 10 o'clock. She did kind of get up early this morning, and I thought Kira was asleep. My mom doesn't work tomorrow, so I was like, oh, well, mom's watching a movie, Kira's asleep. And then, like, I was like, oh, well, I'm just going to have to wake her up. I'll try to be quiet. I turn on the light, and Kira's like, hi, Mom. I'm like, what the fuck? She's in the bed with my mom, watching a movie. Scared the shit out of me. So then my mom was asking me how I fucked my book up and how bad I fucked up.
I don't really think it was your fault. I mean,
it wasn't, but it was because I should have known better. I mean, that's what Mom's like, aren't you the one always telling me to back it up in multiple places? Yes, but let's remember that my brain functioning went away into December, into mid-January for a couple months.
Yeah.
Like, kind of had a brain lapse, so Author 101, yes, is back up your work. Author 101.A, back it up in multiple locations.
Let's see. Mine used to yell, "You can't change me. I won't change."
Mine still yells that.
Noelle's things that she's really started to say a lot is, I will tell her to do something or ask her for something or whatever, and she goes, "What? What? What?" And she's sitting there, "What?" Even though she knows what I'm saying to her, she understands completely. She just doesn't want to do it. Or if I say something like, "You're being naughty right now," or something like that she doesn't agree with. No, don't say that. And then if she's like over playing by herself and she like drops a toy or whatever, her thing is, "Oh no, not again." And yeah, that's what I deal with, like, constantly, like, all the time. "Oh no, not again. No, don't say that, mommy."
Oh God, I told my daughter, I was like, "Are you reverting back to a toddler?" Because she's got to where like she's been out of school for so long that she's like, I'm afraid I'm gonna mismatch something and like totally get picked on at school. And so she's like, every night she'll ask me, what should I wear? And I'm like, I don't know, just pick something out and I'll tell you if it matches. Like, are you reverting back to a 3-year-old? Do I have to dress you now?
Is she back in in-person school?
Yeah, they've been since Christmas break was over.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they do Monday Zoom classes, and then they alternate first, second, third period on Monday and Wednesday, and fourth, fifth, and sixth on Tuesday and Friday. And since she has to ride the bus, she does the 7 to noon versus the 1 to 3.
So it's just half days?
Yeah.
My siblings and nieces are starting limited in person, so they've been doing remote learning this whole school year and the end of last school year. And the school, I don't know if it's normal for the school to do that, but the school provides all their students with a Chromebook to do their lessons on.
It's not technically required if the school didn't already have Chromebooks, but if they have them, they're supposed to at least give them to kids that don't have computers at home.
Yeah, so
Kara has one.
My 2 siblings and my 2 nieces, they all live in the same house, and they each got their own Chromebook to do their schoolwork on. And now they're doing limited in person, so it's Tuesdays and Thursdays from 2:15 to 4:15.
Yeah, that's about right.
And they only selected kids that were struggling with their grades to do the limited in person.
Yeah, and see, that's Kira. Like, she was doing good in everything but math. And I know math and I can help her, but the way they do it now is not the way we did it. And I always thought my parents were just saying that, but they really don't. Like, oh my God. Like, I'll get her half the answer, and she's like, but that's not all of it. And I'm like, that's all we ever had to solve for when the question was like that. And
Right.
now they have to solve to find the entire answer instead of just having X equals this. You have to find X, then Y, then B, then put it all together. It's like, that's not, how does that equal find X?
Right. I don't know why the school system insists on changing math. Math does not need to be changed because I don't think I will be able to help Noelle with her school by the time she's learning math.
It's not like science. Shit doesn't get found out every day.
Math doesn't change. It's always been the same. Stop changing it.
It's like the way they make them do this, their addition when they're smaller. They make them do it in these boxes instead of like just carrying the zero and making it go down when they're doing times and stuff like that. So they have to do all this. I'm like, dude, they're making you do 8 things when I can show you how to do it in 2. But then even though she was getting the right answer, she still would get a 0 if she didn't do it in the boxes.
Right. Let's see.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Working on ClickUp to plan out how long it will take to write the book based on the outline. See, I am not that organized in my life, and even when I do schedule out, like, I'm going to do this chapter on this day or, whatever, I have that little mongrel that I just put to bed that prevents any productivity from happening on most days.
I just base my word count on, like, how much I write a day equals how much I write a month. Like, that's as far as I go.
Yeah. So when I do sit down and write, I can write big chunks in one sitting, and I do pretty good with that. But it's just hard to find time to sit down and write because between Noelle and my house chores that I have to keep, like to keep my house clean and stuff, and client stuff, it's hard to sit down and work on my own stuff. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm finding. The more, like, stuff I decide I'm going to do for people, the less time I have for myself.
Yeah.
Which I don't factor into my time for what I plan to get done. So then I just have half the time to do it. It's going to be nice, though, not having to. I don't know. I've never not written. It's going to feel really weird.
We used to say, oops, gravity tests, or guess mommy paid the gravity bill. KJ's doing online school right now, 8th grade.
Kira's in 8th grade, too.
Computers for each kiddo. Nieces and nephews are all sharing mom's computer and her work laptop. That's 5 kids struggling to get enough computer time. Yeah, that sucks. If the school has the resources, I think it's good that they give them to the kids. Because one thing because I went to that school, it's one of the higher rated public schools in our state, and it's really, really small. So like the entire student body, kindergarten through 12th grade, is about 600 students. There's 25 to 31 students in each grade, and they have a really, really nice computer lab at the school. And then they also had 3. They had 1 when I went to school there, but they got 3 now of carts that are like full of laptops that could lease out temporarily for like short periods of time. They could take it home. Like if they had a paper they needed to work on, you could lease out a computer and take it home.
Yeah.
To finish your paper, like if you didn't have a computer or whatever. And I think those are the ones that they're using for the kids. They probably got more because, well, another thing too is that my family, my mom and my sister and stuff, they don't have a home computer. My sister has a laptop, and that's the only other computer in the house. So they probably are maybe divvying out the computers based on access to a computer. in the
Yeah,
home.
that's how they did it here first. If you didn't have access, you got one first, and then if whatever was left
Yeah.
went to everybody else.
It hasn't really changed. It's just, yeah, exactly. Like, it's so weird now the way they like teach the kids how to do the steps for math. Like, I got taught ways that are really quick and easy to do, and now it feels like there's like 25 extra steps to get the same answer.
It's almost like they're like forcing them to focus longer because we're such a. Oh God, I was listening to. I don't even remember what her name was. I was watching a YouTuber that was talking about like how to grow on YouTube for 2021 after a pandemic and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she was saying, you know how we used to say, you have the attention span of a goldfish.
Mm-hmm.
She said, she said after COVID, because we've consumed so much TikTok and so much Instagram, that she thinks we now have the mind of a goldfish fetus. It's the funniest shit I've ever heard, dude. It's like, what is it, like 0.2 seconds?
Yeah.
I don't know. I love it. It's a goldfish fetus.
My attention span has always been really bad because of, the
Yeah.
ADHD, but I've learned to cope with it over the years because my parents refused to medicate me. So like I've never had any way to deal with my ADHD other than myself, like figuring out ways. So like watching a show while I'm doing something like this, it keeps my mind busy enough that it doesn't wander.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what it is, but if I'm focusing on just one thing, my mind wanders and I can't do anything. But if I have like when I read a book, I have to listen to music and there has to be lyrics for me to focus on at the same time that I'm reading. Otherwise, I'll read the same page over and over again and not absorb any of it. If I'm working on my outline, I have to watch something on the TV or have music with lyrics playing or something like that. Like I have to have multiple things to focus on to keep my brain busy enough that it's like, okay, I'll actually focus on something.
Yeah. The funny thing is our sales guy hasn't been there forever. So when he comes in, I always mute because I usually will have a Amazon movie playing
Hmm.
and I'll have music on for just depending on what I'm in the mood for. So like I'll have to switch it from movie to music when he comes in so he doesn't think I'm just like not working because he's never really worked with me since he started right before the pandemic. So he doesn't know how my brain works. And like my new warehouse guy, he's just like the first day he's like, "Are you watching a movie?" I'm like, "No, it's just background noise. I've watched it a million times. I know what it says." He goes, "Oh, you're one of them." I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Good. So am I." And so now he just ignores it. When I see him walk up, I pause it and we talk, and then I turn it back on and keep working.
Yeah.
Because I love songs and I'll get to singing and I'll totally forget about what the fuck I'm doing. So
Right.
if it's a movie, it's words, but it's not something that I will like want to get up and dance to type shit.
Unless it's a musical.
That's you, not me, sweetheart. We already know that.
Yeah, I watch a lot of musicals.
I love that you love your musicals, but don't ever, when I come over on the move down, don't ever ask me to watch one.
That's okay.
We will not be watching Hamilton or Sweeney Todd or any of that shit.
Okay. Let's see. I did elementary education about 8 years ago. It's the same, but they are trying to show the relationships.
I still don't understand the box method of the math. I don't.
Child prevented all work until she was 5. ADHD, spouse, and child are the same. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Put podcasts and stuff on in the background so I can focus on my tasks. KJ sings and dances to musicals. I love musicals. They are. Before I wanted to be a writer, I wanted to be on Broadway, so I love musicals.
See, and I can't do podcasts because I end up writing things they're talking about down that I can do later. And so I end up not working. So, like, or I think about, oh, that would be a great idea for my podcast. Like, let me write that down. And then I end up with more notes than I do work.
Yeah. I don't really listen to podcasts, generally speaking. That's just not really my thing. I do like listening to audiobooks. So, like, I'll put on an audiobook while I'm doing the dishes or folding laundry or something that I can do that I can't really watch something. I'll play an audiobook. Because then I can focus on the audiobook while I'm doing menial tasks like house chores.
Yeah, I do the audiobooks when I'm driving. And
I don't really
podcasts.
do it when driving because I like listening to really loud music when I drive. Because driving for me is very relaxing, and if I don't have loud music playing, I will fall asleep.
Well, and like in the mornings, because I get up so early, I have to have loud music.
Hmm.
And the cold air.
Yeah,
But because with me, with my freaking vitamin D, if I get warm, I'll fall asleep that early in the morning.
right,
But in the afternoon, I'll listen to either an audiobook or a podcast or something.
right. Yeah, I find driving, like especially like longer drives, to be really relaxing. And a lot of the time, if me and Jordan get into an argument, and I'm like, I just need to like go out and calm down, I'll go for a drive around the neighborhood and come back because
Oh,
it relaxes me.
so speaking of driving, since I know she's in there watching a movie and she only gets on my podcast, or not my podcast, my live streams and Sunday mornings, I am taking Kira on a road trip for her birthday.
Ooh.
So the Sunday, March 7th, you might have to get on with Jason, host my live stream.
Okay.
Telling you now, I'm not gonna be here. I'm gonna be 5 hours west.
I like at the beach.
No, we did the beach and we did all the beaches except for the reses last 4th of July. So this year, see if I still hear the movie. Okay. This year, the only thing we didn't get to do was we didn't have time to go to the whole rainforest. So we're going to do that.
Mm.
And we're just gonna go.
You know, something you guys should do before you leave.
We're gonna hike like everywhere we can.
Right.
Sorry, what would you say?
Something you guys should visit before you leave the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
You should go to the Redwood Forest in Northern California.
See, I don't know how much of an extra drive it would be, but I want to, since I want to go down to the Oregon beaches anyway, I want to go down that way instead of taking Snohomish or Snoqualmie Pass. I want to come down through Oregon and California and then cut across. I'm not sure how much that would add to our trip.
Well, okay, so when I was younger, we did the vacation a couple times where we would do a road trip down through Florence, Oregon, go to visit the dunes and do a dune buggy tour thing over the sand dunes in Florence, and then go down to the Redwood Forest and like basically do a circle and come back up. And the only reason why it took longer than a day to do that drive is because we would make stops and camp and do different things. But it's about my house from like where I grew up in down. It's about a day's drive because it's in Southern Oregon, Northern California.
How are the roads though? Because we'll be pulling either a horse trailer or the camper.
It's been a really long time, so I don't remember.
I know when our neighbor did the he did the something mountains and forest in Montana, and he was like, yeah, roads were like bad.
Highway 101 is not too bad. If you're going like down the coastal road, it's not too bad. It's pretty good. There's lots of curves, but the actual quality of like the paved road.
Well, it's not so much the quality of the road; it's how much is on each side to make the curve.
It's pretty curvy. The shoulders are usually slightly bigger. There are some areas where the roads are pretty skinny, though.
Okay, because the other side of Olympia, we went into the forest, we were taking the all around the Puget Sound and stuff, and those roads get really thin.
The redwood forest, definitely, I would say probably park your trailer somewhere and then drive through the redwood forest, because like there's a part of the road where you drive through one of the trees. Like one of the trees is like carved out in the middle and you drive through it.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
So I'd probably say like park your trailer like at a campground somewhere or like an RV park and then drive through.
Yeah. Make it where like that's our first stop of the trip or something.
Right. Because I don't think you're going to want to pull your trailer through there. But Coastal Road is not too bad. I think you would be okay. And if the roads get kind of narrow, you could just drive slower and people can honk at you and who cares?
Right. Yeah, I don't know that we would stop anywhere like that in Unhook, because, or like I said, we're already going to have to make two trips. I would like to make it where we had 2 trips and all the storage stuff be one of them, but I don't think that's going to be able to happen. I think we're just going to have to take the horse down and then come back, grab the campers. But
right. Okay, well, one thing that you can do once you move in the future, when you have a time to take a vacation, you can just come back and me and you can take a vacation together.
There you go. I'll come up here to get the stuff the year after we get the house built, and then I'll just stay up here for a week, and me and you can go, and then we can go up, we can plan it with Triple B and Cordy.
Ooh, did Cordy move over to the
I don't know, but she's had lots of sightings with Triple B, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure, because I thought Cordy lived in Colorado, and I thought that Triple B lived in California.
Yeah.
And then I saw a bunch of vlogs, where Cordy was going to Triple B's apartment and like visiting her. And it's like, did one of you move? And I think Very Bad Books just moved somewhere like away from Cordy. So maybe Triple B was living in Colorado and then moved back to California.
Well, her parents live in Colorado.
Yeah, then she was probably with her parents or something.
She could have been visiting.
Yeah, I don't know, but we can plan something. All of the people on the West Coast, we can.
2020 killed our AuthorTube trip. So
I know. We had planned an AuthorTube retreat, and we booked an Airbnb that was going to fit 12 to 14 people, and we were going to have this big, nice retreat, and the Airbnb was beautiful. And I booked it. I paid for half of it, and Amber was going to pay the other half. And then we were going to have people pay just for their portion. And then I had to cancel the whole thing. I had to get a refund and everything because of COVID.
Yeah.
Because it was supposed to be in June when we were going to go. And I had scheduled the Airbnb in January. And then in March, I was like, ooh. Yeah. So I canceled it.
My sales guys go into a wedding in at the end of February, and I was like, dude, that's your second trip this year. I was like, you just take trips like they're candy. I wish I had your kind of money. And he's like, no, it's not like that. Like, I've known this wedding was going to happen for years. And I'm like, oh, okay. And he goes, yeah, and the first one we already had planned before COVID. I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, yeah, the one year in the last 10 years, I try to take a fucking trip and COVID happens. Can't be nothing small. Can't get sick and it be my fault. The world has to end.
Yeah, and I was really cool because I had opened it up to like the AuthorTuber Facebook group, and I put it on there, and people were actually saying that they wanted to come, and we're getting like signing like RSVPing and stuff, and then I had to cancel the whole thing, and I was so sad because I was like, I'm gonna be able to meet.
Yeah.
My AuthorTube friends.
I'll say we had me, you, Alec, Eva was going to try to make it, Cash was going to try to make it.
Fee was thinking about it. Catherine.
Which one was it?
The one that lives in Portland.
Faye.
No, the other one.
No.
Catherine Faye doesn't live in Portland. Oh, she might, but it was the one that Catherine Francis.
Yeah.
It was she.
I knew it started with an F.
Yeah, because she's like, oh, I live in Portland. I could actually go to this.
Yeah.
And there was a couple other people in the Portland area that were like, oh my God, I could go to this. And then, no. But the Airbnb lady was really understanding. I was like, yeah, I'm going to have to cancel because of, COVID. And she's like, no, I totally get it. And I was like, I'm definitely going to, book this again in the future because I'm like, I really love this Airbnb.
Yeah. Even once I move and shit, we'll still have to do something.
Maybe I can come to Texas sometime.
Awesome.
That's
what I'm thinking. Like, there's a few of us author tubers in Texas, and it seems like everybody's moving from the freaking West Coast. It's like I moved to the West Coast and everybody moves away. What the hell?
The West Coast is really expensive to live here. It's like, it's the housing costs right now are going up drastically. In Oregon and Washington, it's been going up because of all the people moving up from California have been driving the housing costs
up. For the fires.
Well, they've been migrating up here for a while because of their drought in California. And like to get this apartment that I live in now, like a few years ago would have been like $600, maybe $650 at the most. It's $940 now, and I can barely afford to live here. And it's a crappy apartment in a crappy neighborhood where there's lots of crime, and yet it's like almost $1,000 to live here. And I feel like compared to other areas, but compared to the area and what it used to be, that's hella expensive.
Yeah. When I lived in Nebraska, I loved how if you had an apartment, when they would make the rent go up, yours would only go half what they would charge new people.
Right.
So that you got kind of a discount for being a long-time tenant.
Yeah. I think there's a law, I don't know if it's federal or if it's Oregon specifically, but there is a law somewhere that applies to me that they can only increase your rent by 10% each year maximum. So
that's a federal thing, I think.
If you've lived in an apartment for a long time, like say you got this apartment like 20 years ago and your rent was like $400, and they can only increase it by 10% each year. Or no, I think it's 7%. I think it's 7%. It's a smaller percentage. They can only increase it so much. They can have a higher rent for new tenants, but if you're an older tenant, your rent is going to be like way lower than what the newer tenant is. So like there's people that live in this apartment complex that have lived here for years, and their rent is like $300 less than mine because they've lived here for so long. And I'm like, oh God, I'm so jealous because I can barely afford to live here.
Yeah, my now ex-boyfriend, he had been in his apartment for the entire 14 years he'd lived in Nebraska, and his rent was only like half what new people's was.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And he basically got his entire apartment renovated for free because, first off, he'd been there long enough, he deserved it anyway, but the apartment above him flooded. And so his entire ceiling started peeling.
Ugh.
And so they had to come and redo the roof. And so there was water damage on like the cabinets and all that, and the tub. And they basically had to redo like half the apartment.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the price of this apartment compared to the price of mine and Jordan's first apartment, I'm not complaining because our apartment that we lived in, our first one that we lived in together in California, was $1,400, and it was smaller than this.
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm not necessarily complaining, but, like, comparable to the area of what it used to be, it's gotten hella expensive. And the only reason why this one is affordable is because it's in such a crappy neighborhood, and the quality of the apartment is just crappy, so it's cheaper. But, like, other apartments in the area, like, the same size that are in slightly nicer neighborhoods are, like, $1,500 almost.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I want to live in a neighborhood where my car's not going to get broken into.
For the price of a shack house here, I can get and am getting 10 acres of land and a house.
Yeah. Me and Jordan are eventually going to move to Utah, but it's going to be years in the future because, for one, we're not going to move until we can buy a house. So, because when we move, we're not gonna rent over there. So we're gonna buy a house and then move, or build a house. He wants to do a pole barn conversion,
Yeah.
but whatever the living situation is, it's gonna be a house, and we're not gonna move there until we have one. But also, we're not leaving until my grandma passes away, because that's my thing. Is like, Jordan, I don't care. We can move to Utah, but I'm waiting until this. I'm waiting until she's gone because I want to be here for her last parts of her life.
Yep. That's pretty much what we said. We refused to leave like the middle of the U.S. until my grandmother passed.
Yeah.
That was always my mom's rule. She had to be within 24 hours of grandma.
Right.
And it worked out that way perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, so my grandma's health is not the best. She was in remission with cancer, and I don't think she's in remission anymore, and she's not doing treatment anymore. So we're basically waiting for that.
I hate the waiting game.
But yeah, I go and visit her every single weekend now. That was my big New Year's resolution. Like, my main one was to visit her every single weekend because I want to spend as much time with her as I can. And I didn't this last Sunday because I had my migraine and she was not feeling well. So we both agreed, like, yeah, we're just going to not do it this week. But I'm going to next Sunday. Oh, no, Saturday probably, because I have to do that Sims thing on Sunday. Okay. Yeah, it was a bummer. I was really looking forward to it. And I had some pleasure money with my tax returns last year, and I used that for booking the Airbnb.
Yep. And then I had saved up for my portion, and paid the way for somebody instead of paying for a cover.
Yeah.
So I had to end up paying the cover instead of paying the fee.
But instead of, because I got my refund, I bought myself a Kindle Paperwhite instead, so I could read like the hundreds of ebooks that I own. Oh, are you RVing across country?
No. I've lived cross country. Does that count? I moved from Nebraska. We bought an RV because we were only going to stay here in Washington a year before we moved to Texas, just to make more money, therefore get bills paid off quicker. Living in an RV would make it where we didn't pay any more now than we paid for our house in Nebraska. Mm-hmm. But then COVID happened, so all the states were closed. The RV parks weren't allowing anyone without you having to quarantine and all that kind of thing. So I just got a job here and stayed here, unfortunately. I love the state. It's given me plenty of opportunity to do my photography and make money off that, but which is a nice little side hustle. But
yeah. Yes, I would have joined, but other side of the country or other side of the world. LOL. Yeah. As in
wait, put his thing back up. I just noticed you did draw it. He has
it's a ducky.
Okay, so Yaz's avatar has a story.
Okay.
So on my Wednesday stream, of course, you know, like, I've had the race going on to give people free versions of the book.
Right.
And so it was Tessa and Master Sango. And Tessa's had hearts on it, and Master Sango's looked like that. And so Yaz was like, I'm going to draw that. That is so cute. I'm loving that, Yaza. That's amazing.
We moved to Ohio because we could get a house for less than $500 a month. Yeah. The housing development in Utah is like, they're constantly building new houses all the time, because in Utah, one family will have like 10 kids, and then each kid will have like 10 kids, and then each of those kids will have like 10 kids. So the population is growing quite rapidly. And the housing market is actually really nice over there. Like, so the loan, me and Jordan tried to buy a house when we first were looking to move, because we were living in a trailer at my parents' house. And when we were first looking to move, we wanted to buy a house because we had Noelle. She was a little infant, and we wanted to buy a house. We got a loan approved for $185,000, and the only thing we could find for that much money was a very small 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house.
Dude, in Texas, that'll get you. How big was my house for 179? It was a 1, 2, 3. It was a 5-bedroom, 3-bath, 3128 square foot.
Right. And Jordan wants to move back to Utah because that's where he's from, and it's really pretty over there with the mountains. I'm like, I don't mind moving to Utah. I'm not particularly fond of living completely surrounded by Mormons, but I mean, I'll survive. But
I will survive.
You can get a house over there for the same amount that's like a 4-bedroom, at least, for the same amount of a loan that we got approved for here. And like the Oregon housing market, there was a house that I found that was not even livable. It had no insulation. There was no interior walls, pretty much. You couldn't live in it. There wasn't even glass in the windows, and it was $200,000. It's like, I can't even live in this house. What do you expect me to do with this? Like, that's something that a person that does house flips would buy for like $50,000 and then sell it.
If you only knew me, I could have flipped it for you.
I couldn't afford it. It was $200,000.
You could have told them, I got to do this and this and this, and I'll buy it for this.
Yeah, so the housing market over here is not good. So we're probably just going to stay in this apartment indefinitely until we can buy a house in Utah, and then we'll move over there. But if I live in Utah, that's a lot closer to Texas than Oregon is.
Yes, it is. Yep.
So
living in this camper wouldn't be that bad if there were 3
I can't do this again because my neck disappears. I look like Big Ed.
No, you don't.
Big Ed, it looks like this. He doesn't have a neck. He goes shoulders.
I know, but
shoulders straight into head, no neck.
Whatever.
Okay, so how are we feeling about more sprints?
Dude, I'm working.
Because we have been chatting for a bit. So
with or without you, I'm working.
All right.
But I would like to go grab my coffee.
Check out the USDA rural development loans. I also, me and Jordan are both vets, so we could get the VA loan, the 0% down VA loan, but even then, we still only got approved for $185,000. So
I did find out if you find land, and I don't know, sometime Obama or after, because it's like 15 years old, or 10 years old, I mean, there you can stack your VA loan on top of what's called a construction loan. So that just means that they will, like, I forget what all they do, but basically you get all kinds of like benefits and stuff, but you have to have a house on it within a year.
Right. I mean, I really want to get some land because I grew up on a farm, and although I hated it at the time, I realize now it did teach me a lot of personal responsibility and empathy for other living creatures, and growing up around animals was just really awesome, and I want Noelle and any other future kids I may have to have the same opportunity. And Jordan said that he would be fine living on a farm if he gets to raise alpacas. So it's
going to be an alpaca farm. Gotcha.
Yeah, I guess so. I am definitely going to have horses on it, though.
Okay. I was going to say, if you ain't going to have horses, then you can always bring Noelle. Kira will probably be training them by then.
And he said Like, yeah, I'm fine living on a farm if we have alpacas, but if we live on a farm, I would want to build our own house or do a pole barn to house conversion. And I was like, hey, I'm good with that because then we can build our house and make it exactly how we want it to be, and it'll be our custom made for us house.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's why we're looking at doing the build our own, because I've got so many ideas of the ways we could build our own. We just need a contractor to throw the roof on and we can do everything else.
right. Yeah, I miss living on a farm. My family still all lives there, and when I visit, it's kind of makes me sad because like I'm so like I don't get to do farm stuff anymore.
Isn't it kind of weird what you think you'll hate as a kid, you end up missing when you're older?
Yeah.
Like I told my mom when we moved here and we got the camper, I was like, we live in a camper now. Like no more renovating, just fixing shit we need to. Like that's it. I'm so freaking tired of living in something we are renovating 24/7.
Mhm.
And yet, what have we done here? The camper doesn't look a day like it did when we bought it.
I mean, you gotta make it comfortable for you to live in, and 'cause you never know how long it's gonna be.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It was going to be a year, so it was workable. But yes, yes, she has
Chasing goats, um,
the horses.
almost getting bucked off a horse, you know, stuff like that. I need to go through my past streams and get like a highlight reel of like road rage and farm and like all that kind of stuff.
That, and you need to put like time tags. So, like, because I was trying to find the horse one the other day just for the hell of it. Well,
Yeah.
not just for the hell of it. Kira got bucked off, and she's like, "It's just because I'm young. It's just because I don't know what I'm doing." Like, she's really beating herself up, and I was like, "Grown ass people fall off horses all the time." She goes, "Only if they're broncs and you know." I was like, "No, grown
I
people
didn't
do."
get bucked off, but I almost got bucked off.
No, I know. So I tried to like show her that you know you had problems too, and you grew up on a farm, because she's like so afraid that like if I got on, you know, if I'd get bucked or whatever, and I'm like, it happens, dude.
And the Noel swearing moment. Yeah, I got to get all the Noel funny
Yeah,
moments, all the farm stuff, all the road rage stuff, and I'll just make like a highlight reel video.
that would be funny as fuck. Not gonna lie, I'd watch the hell out of that. Be like our own, oh Lord, America's Funniest Moments. But for you,
Right. That's another thing I want to get to with my tax returns is a nice video editing software because I don't have one at all. So it's like the free version that comes on my computer and it sucks. Which is why I despise making videos because I hate editing them. But if I have like a better editing software, I think I would be better.
I'm telling you, I love Filmora. All the free stuff I get just for being a member every month makes it so worth it.
Well, I'll have to look into getting Filmora then. I don't know yet. I just want to get something because I want to actually make videos and have it not take a million years and frustrate the hell out of me.
Well, that's any software, sweetheart. That's just gonna happen.
Yeah. All right, let's do this sprint.
It
3,
do damn thing.
2, 1. Sprint! Okay, there's another sprint done. Yay.
Yay.
I didn't really do anything productive in the sense of writing related, but I did go get a bagel and eat that. So there's that. Arthur Tube's funniest moments. That'd be a cool one. Most of it will be from Meadow streams. I'm glad you guys think I'm so funny, or that my life circumstances are so funny, I guess, because, I mean, a lot of the funniness is Noelle and stuff, too. But
It's like me and Kira playing WWE when she gets frustrated with me. Y'all see that on stream all the time.
Yeah. Also, our drunk streams.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I've been drinking a little bit of this, so.
Well, you should have told me you were bringing out the alcohol. I'd brought out the alcohol instead of the coffee.
But aren't you working?
Yes, I am.
See, there you go.
And
I mean, if you can work and drink at the same time,
yeah, no,
you
we tried
do
that last
you.
time. I mean, I have wine. I don't have. It'd take a minute to pull out the whiskey, but
This is blue raspberry flavored vodka. It's Svedka. It's not very good, but it's palatable. So like, and it gets the job done. So I have these shot glasses that I saved from a pineapple upside down cake pre-made shot thing that Jordan got, and one side it's like split in two, and one side was for the cream alcohol, and the other side was for the pineapple flavored alcohol. But I only pour it in one side because I'd rather not like get vodka up my nose when I drink it. So I'm taking half shots at a time. But
you're drinking two things I hate: raspberry and vodka.
I remember when WWE and MasterChef was going on side by side.
That was funny, dude.
Yeah, because I was cooking dinner, and she was getting wrestled by her child.
Yeah, she almost knocked me out of the chair quite a few times. I don't even remember what we were fighting about, but she was pissed at me. Y'all thought we were playing. We weren't playing. I was laughing at her, but we weren't playing.
You could probably do an hour just to hold Alec and Jay's banter clips.
Yeah.
Well, I will go through all of my old streams and I'll pick out moments and start putting them together in a thing. And maybe I'll do like one video where it's like all from drunk streams and one video that's all from farm moments and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
I still need to do that thing with my road rage. Jace suggested a while back that because I want to do book reviews going into the future, and I've been wanting to do road rage book reviews where I review books whilst driving in rush hour.
Okay. Apparently I can't count. What the fuck?
Are you okay?
I just got to the end and realized 27 wasn't 27. Because 27 should have been the end of the book, and it wasn't. So at some point, I miscounted somewhere. Which isn't hard when you have this many fucking words.
Yeah, it's a long book.
Hey, it's not as well. This is never mind. This is Unknown Love. I was gonna say it's not as long as Unknown Love. It is Unknown Love. Fuck.
I think your brain is drunk without even consuming alcohol.
Yeah. They say being tired is like being drunk, so sure.
Yeah, I agree. I've only had one half so far, so I'm going to take another one right now.
No, I didn't miscount. I just apparently miscounted when I was counting the first time, when I was splitting them up. 12, 13, 14. I'm only halfway through the book, so I could have miscounted. 15,
all right.
16.
Well, how is everybody doing? Are you ready or able to do another sprint if you're still here?
Or are you stream hopping between the Moon Bunny and us? Sokka
Speaking
looks
of
like
which,
she's about to fall asleep over there.
let me open Sage's stream. Click, click.
It's the 6th of February.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, apparently I just didn't count right the first time. There's 28 chapters, not 27.
Sako does look like she's about to fall asleep.
I don't think she feels good.
Also, her name that she has on there, Thundercunt.
Yeah. Also, it's also like 2 in the morning there, so
True.
sure she's sleepy. That is one thing I will miss and not miss at the same time.
We'll be in different time zones, dang it. When you
But I never
move.
sleep, so it's not like it matters.
I mean, that's true.
You say this like I sleep. It's not like it matters. How the hell does that work?
Well, the other person that I communicate with the most that lives in another time zone is Jace. And so, like, it makes me feel like we're never going to talk because Jace's schedule is all wonky, but that doesn't mean your schedule will be all wonky.
No. I mean, I still talk to my ex every 2-3 weeks. If he lives in the same time zone I'll be in Texas. So, it's doable.
All right.
Why is this not working?
K&E Southworth is ready for another sprint. 2 a.m. here, but I'm a night shifter. All right. Well, we can just do another sprint, and Amber, you can keep doing whatever you're doing over there.
Right now I'm working on the chapters, getting them laid out, and then I can actually do the editing.
I'm going to eat another bagel, I think. I didn't have dinner, so I'm pretty hungry, but I don't want to actually cook anything, and bagel with cream cheese is like literally the only thing I have that's easy to just spread some cream cheese on the bagel and eat it.
Yeah, they asked me what I wanted for dinner tonight, and I told them a cinnamon melt. That was my dinner. They're like, you don't need sugar for dinner? I was like, you do, you plan on staying the fuck up.
Right?
Plus, I had a migraine, so sugar and chocolate.
All right, well, let's do another sprint. You can keep working, and I can keep kind of just being here and existing. 3, 2, 1, go! All right. There's another sprint done. This is all I did the entire time. And I ate another bagel.
I got all the chapters with the right chapter numbers and headings, and I just got through checking chapter 1 for comments from you.
Cool.
Looking at all your comments for the edits, and then just checking all the grammatical to make sure there wasn't anything I didn't want to like change from what you wrote.
Right. Yeah, that's why for like all the changes that I made that were not specifically grammar changes, I tried to make a comment as to why I was suggesting it, so
Yeah.
that you can decide if you wanted to take it or not take it. Because stuff that's not specifically grammar or like technical things for editing, it's really up to personal preference most of the time. So that's why like I always try to comment instead of just, I don't just change stuff without commenting why I'm changing it, unless it's like putting a period somewhere or deleting a comma or something like that.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, just like what you said with like the Christopher comments, like, okay, that's definitely something I'm going to address. But there were a couple other things like that I was like, she's got a point. Let me reword that whole paragraph instead of just that one word, just to make it like flow better, and like no details changed, just the way I worded it made better.
Right. Ouch. My freaking thighs are cramping from sitting on the floor, but I also want to keep sitting on the floor, so.
I know, it's like I had to readjust because my hip was starting to hurt. It's like I really should probably stand and work, but then that would put pressure on my hand, and I don't want to do that because I want to work. I don't want to say my hand hurts. Fuck this, I'm going to sleep. So,
Right. You gotta start doing everything with your left hand.
Dude, I want my trackball mouse back so bad. Which I think I probably could actually start using it again because the knot is gone now. But I'm gonna wait a couple days because I had to have, and I forget the initials they use, GNS or something. Basically, like the electrode test, the nerve test, and it's not. It's kind of funny because it reminded me of, you remember in the Secret Garden that little thing they put on the boys' legs to make them twitch? Kind of reminds me of that, like when the things he would tape onto me, they were like little paddle things to measure, and then he had this little thing that looked like a fork that you'd like pick up meat with, like to electrify me, and all that was fine. That was fine. It did not bother me at all. But then afterwards, I thought the test was done. He goes, "Okay, we got one more thing we need to do," and I'm like, "Okay." He goes, "Well, I got needles that I'm going to put in you, and they're like acupuncture needles." So I was like, "Okay." Like, I've had acupuncture before. I didn't hardly feel it at all. Like, no big deal. Motherfucker came out with a needle and stuck it in me before I could see, like, right as I was seeing how big the fucker was. I swear to God, it was like a .07 pencil lead. Dude, I about came off the damn chair. Because he's like, "Just relax."
Oh man, I've never gotten acupuncture before.
Okay, when it's done right, because I've had one bad. When it's done right, you only feel the pressure of it touching your skin. It's such a thin needle, you don't feel it going in you at all. You could sit there and flick it all day long, you would not feel it. But this motherfucker, literally, like afterwards, when I got in the car, I grabbed one of my pencils and fucking stuck it at the hole. Like, is that really how big that fucking needle was? It felt like a wasp stung me. And when I tell you, I now know what the cow means when he said he got poked and prodded. Oh my God. Like, before I went, my warehouse guy, he's had it done before, and he's like, "Oh, it'll just be like 2 or 3 times they'll poke you a couple places in your hand." I'm like, "Okay, cool." But when he did it, apparently when he did the electrode test, he wasn't getting a good reading in my elbow. So this motherfucker decided on top of the 4 he wanted to do in my hand, he was going to do one on each side of my elbow. That's a fucking bone on this side. And he's sitting there wiggling the motherfucker around trying to hit the nerve. You're hitting something all right, asshole. Oh, I thought I was about to pee my pants. I thought I was a 70-year-old woman about to pee my pants. Oof.
Okay, I think one of the more painful things that I've had to experience from a doctor was when I was pregnant, and they were checking my fundal height. Oh God, they push so hard to find the fundal to see how tall it is, and that was very, very uncomfortable. Like very, very, very uncomfortable. I don't know, maybe if they were doing it wrong or if that's how it's supposed to feel, but my God.
Yeah, I don't. That doctor got done. Like, I kept my mouth shut. I'm proud of myself. I kept my mouth shut till he was done, and he had them needles out of me. Cause he didn't look like one of those people that would kindly like what I was gonna say. But I was like, thought you said that was like acupuncture. He goes, it is. I was like, no, the fuck it ain't. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, you tell me it's acupuncture, which is a needle about the size of a freaking needle I would thread something with, and you gonna go stick a pencil lead in me so it feels like a damn wasp done bit me, and then you gonna sit there and wiggle, 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 move your thumb, move your finger, move. You need to quit lying to people. He just kind of looked at me like, what the fuck's she on? It's like, dude, you need to quit lying to people. He goes, well, some people don't feel it at all. I said, well, some people are here for a reason then, because they got no nerves at all. How you don't feel that shit? Literally, I got that done on Thursday at 1 o'clock, and I still look like I done been stung by a bee. And it's still sore.
You're falling into an accent.
I'm telling you, dude, you pissed me off.
It's just not, like you don't talk with your accent this heavy usually.
I
And
told you, I get pissed off, it comes out. I'm serious. I went to physical therapy today. Meadow, I mean, seriously, like, I wish I could show you the fucking dots I've got on each side of my fucking wrist. Look like damn Antichrist done came and just tried to stab me. Damn doctor, like, she's like telling me to do the stuff that I've been doing for 4 weeks, like physical therapy. I've been doing like the molding clay and all this stuff for 4 weeks now. Hasn't hurt at all. I was sitting there doing it, and I'm like, owie, owie, owie. She's like, what's wrong? You've never complained. I was like, damn acupuncture reject. Just started going off. She laughed her ass off. She's like, I can't wait to read your book if you're that colorful in your book. I was like, no, I'm not that colorful in my book. Maybe later. I don't have a character that colorful yet. I was like, I'm pretty graphic, but I'm not that colorful. I haven't had that character yet.
See, I have one character that part of it, one of his things that I wanted was that he's a potty mouth, but I'm realizing, like, the more I work on my book, that there's only a couple times where he curses a lot, and for the most part, he's pretty, like, he doesn't say a lot of curse words. I'm like, no, I really need to up this because I really wanted this to be, like, a thing for him. Like,
well, he doesn't have to cuss a lot, just, like, at the most inopportune times. Like, when, like, it just, the mood calls for anything but cussing.
right.
And it just depends on what scenes you're in or whatever. But, yeah. I was just like, and then my dumb self went and made my appointment on my fucking launch day. I was like, yeah, we're gonna need to change that. She's like, why? I was like, because I already took the day off. I don't need to come to therapy too. She's like, well, if you took the day off, why aren't you coming? I was like, I got a book launch. I'm good. The only time I plan on leaving my house today is to get the damn proofs.
Oh, right. You still need to work?
Yeah.
people in the comments, do you still need to work?
Listen, I'm gonna be working with or without being on camera. You just make it like make me work.
Yeah, I'm just kind of existing. I'm here to help you, basically, because I'm not really like on a deadline or anything like that. I'm just kind of like here. And
You're keeping me accountable and being a good friend, and I love you for it.
Yay!
Plus, I may need you later. If I get to a part, I gotta ask you something.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be here. Okay, so let's do another sprint, and hopefully people can get lots of work done. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go!
Told you I need your help. Okay. So
What?
when I say he was just happy being an almost legal teenage boy, how would I word that to say like almost 21? Like that's the legal I meant, not 18, but like drinking age.
Almost. I will have to ruminate on that for a moment. I will come back to you.
All right. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Ring, 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 ring.
My word is sitting here going ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Did you see the thing I put in the private chat for you?
Hmm.
And is that something that helps you or gives you an idea? Because it's kind of just a basic sentence.
I don't know, because I'm trying to wait for this thing to go ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling to ring it back. I was like, let me finish these 2 last sentences and then I'll go back and look at it. And it's just been for like 5 minutes.
Like having trouble loading?
I guess it says not responding. It'll do that for a few minutes and then it'll work for like 20 minutes. And then it'll just do it again for 10 minutes. I don't know.
We had Key Clavis come and join us. Hello, Key.
Hi, Key.
And Southworth is going away.
You go bad. You go bad.
And we'll try to catch us next time we're live. I stream on Friday evenings, same time as today, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. So, like, I'll be here next Friday. Woot woot.
And then Sunday at noon Eastern, I stream. And I stream Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern over on Twitch on Wednesdays. And then this coming Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern, we're having my book launch. Yeah.
I usually stream on Tuesdays too, but I'm skipping it this next Tuesday. But it's Tuesday afternoon, and you said you were a night shifter, so you probably wouldn't be able to make it. But
no, that's usually when a night shifter is awake.
Depending
on what time you get home. Whether you stay up after you get home or you go to bed when you get home and get up before you go to work.
True.
Because when I worked night shift, also depends on how many hours you work night shift, because I worked 11 to, depended on the day. Either from 5 to 5 or 11 to 5, depending on the day. And so because my schedule was so weird at night, it was easier to, like, just get sleep whenever I could during the day. So I would take Kira to school. I'd stay up till 8, take Kira to school at 7:30, come back home about 8:15 with breakfast, and that way I'd eat, my stomach would be full, and I'd go to bed. And now that I'm on days, I still, because I did that for 4 years, I still have to eat between 8 and 9.
See, I'm used to. So my dad used to be on a night shift at a casino. He was a custodian, but my dad has really bad insomnia, so he would have to sleep for longer amounts of time to get enough sleep, because of all the noise and stuff during the day made his insomnia really worse than normal. And so he would come home from work and go to bed like within an hour to an hour and a half, and he would get up like 2 hours before he would have to go to work at like 10 o'clock.
Yeah. See, there was no point in me trying to go to sleep when I first got home, because I'd get like a couple hours sleep, and then even if my mom took Kira to school, then the trash people came at 8. So like I was usually getting home right as they were like emptying my trash. So there was no point. I just waited till like 9, 10 and slept till 3. And then went and got Kira from school, and I had just enough time to get her from school to the house, get her changed, and on my long days, and get her to gym on the way to work.
Yeah, you would be awake for the second hour of my Tuesday stream, but like just barely, because it starts at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. So do you work like 5 days a week, or are you on like a Panama schedule? What are your nights like? Just so we know.
But she has us both set for the bells, so I appreciate that. And
if it works.
If it works, because sometimes it doesn't. Like most of the time, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So I'll see you in the future.
Poor Rose was about ready to throw her computer the other night because she almost missed my stream. She's like, I've finally come back to YouTube and it doesn't even tell me about you.
Rosalyn.
Yeah.
She has subscribed to me so many times. I don't know if she's accidentally unsubscribing or if YouTube is just like booting her.
It's YouTube. It's doing it from, it's booting her from you, me, and Sarah.
Just over and over again?
Yep.
Yeah, because I've noticed like in 1 week she subscribed to me like 6 times.
Yeah. For whatever reason, I will get 3 subscribers and then it will kick 2 off.
Oh, self-employed / disabled work from home 7 days a week.
Well, I'm glad you're able to work from home.
That's awesome that you get to work from home.
That's what our wait, what am I trying to say? Third leg of the tripod. There we go. Should be waking up anytime soon.
Mm.
And that's what he does. He works at night when there's no peoples.
Yeah, his sleep schedule is from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. and then he works through 12 a.m. onward. He should be up already.
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised he hasn't popped on yet.
Either he's just kind of taking time to himself or he's sleeping in.
You know what? He might be prepping for his game with Sako.
Oh, yeah, that is.
Because they had some kind of change happening.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. Is it his that's on Saturdays or hers is on Saturdays? And one of them's on Saturday, one of them's on Sunday. I never freaking remember.
Hers is on Saturday, and I think his is on like midweek. I thought. I guess it could be Sunday. I don't know. I don't know what days his is because he's had to cancel it the last couple times.
Yeah. Because I know one of them is before my stream. I know cameras.
It hates me right now. It's fine.
I had tried to do that influencer thing to get a new camera, but they never sent it to me. So, poo on them.
I'm just gonna like sit on the couch for a minute because my freaking hips and my thighs are cramping really bad.
I'm gonna go look because now I'm curious.
Okay.
I know. Okay, so I know from Sage talking about it earlier. Sako's is in the morning for us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So let me go to Jesus stream channel. Why is everything a stream tonight? I don't know. Dude, too much coffee and no sleep. I'm telling you, shit's about to get funny. Episode 3, part 3. Just says stream 3 weeks ago. That don't tell me shit. That's perfectly shite. And of course, there's no like date on it. I don't think. Is there? I don't know. Let me look. Let's go to one.
I just spelled the word board. I wrote the wrong one because I tried to write room and board and I wrote room and bored instead of board.
Okay, last episode was on my birthday. So what day was my birthday? All I know is we have it together. I don't know. I had a stream for my birthday. How do I not remember when my birthday is? Jesus Christ.
You don't remember your birthday?
Thursday. So he does his on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Like, second half of midweek.
Jesus Christ. No, I remember my birthday. I just didn't remember what the fucking day is. Ow.
Well, I finished phase 1 / act 1 of this.
Okay, So, going back to page 31, not 351. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Doop-a-doop-a-doop.
All right.
Come on, fucker. Get
Do
down
we
there.
still have people in the chat that are working?
Is everybody just waiting for the psycho me to come out? Because that's perfectly fine too. I just kind of want to know.
I'm also this, so. I need to drink faster for me to actually get drunk, though, because I'm just kind of getting just barely tipsy, but I'm not drinking fast enough to go further than that.
Oh, come on. Hyper me, drunk you. Let's do it. Fuck! Okay, I need to make the page smaller. This isn't working. It wasn't on page 31. Chapter 3. Where are you? It's like Finding Waldo. Do-do-do-do-do.
Cough, cough.
It's like Finding Waldo. Do-do-do-do. Cough,
I
cough.
had to open the document that I have saved on my computer to find the sentence that we were talking about, by the way, because I was like, I knew what you were talking about, but I'm like, I need the context of the whole paragraph. Otherwise, I'm going to be completely not be able to come up with something right now. So I had to pull it up and scroll until I found it.
Maximize it again.
All right.
Come on. You can do it. Just think. Okay.
How about another
Jesus Christ.
print?
Hang on. You got to help me.
There's a non-psycho Amber?
Yes.
I think a comment got submitted too early before it was finished being typed. I do that often, so like.
Okay, so I don't know whether to say, yes, there's a non-psycho Amber, or does that mean you always love me being psycho? Because I'm always crazy.
Okay.
I don't
There's
consider myself always psycho.
There's not a non-psycho Amber. There's not like a non-crazy Amber. There's just a slightly less psycho or totally psycho.
Varying degrees of psycho. There we go. No. Psycho, full psycho Amber is pissed me off, gone southern, trying not to hit your ass Amber. That's psycho Amber. Everything else is just varying shades of psycho. I prefer crazy.
Crazy Amber versus psycho Amber.
Socko's got psycho. I'm just crazy.
Oh, their stream is over. They started and ended their stream. And we're still going.
Yeah. Socko was falling asleep, and I think Sage was done with her client work, or she was working on her client work, or she did make, let's see, copy. I'm gonna put this in a private chat because I don't have my YouTube up because it's being stupid. So post this because they made a thing tonight.
They made a thing. Okay, let me open this. Let me see what it is before I share it with the world.
It's psychological as fuck.
Philosophical as fuck.
Yeah, that word. I like mine better. Mercer said it before I got on there, apparently.
Okay, so I used to, okay, I'm still slightly obsessed, but I used to be really obsessed with Phantom of the Opera. Like, consumed my life obsession. And I made an email once. I don't use it anymore, and it was on Yahoo, but it was Fantastic Phantom Fan, but everything was PH. There was... Okay, so copy that. And in case you guys want it, this is the merch from...
Yeah, that's Sage's merch. So that's a link to the one they made tonight. But it has all 8 of their designs on it. I love it.
If you click on the page.
Yeah. Keith says, and I'm laughing right alongside her. That just means you're psycho like me. Okay. Oh.
Philosophical as fuck. Be militantly gentle. Stuff and things. Make something imperfect.
Yeah. I wanted the Beep Sheep cup, but I'm gonna have to wait a couple weeks.
Yeah. That annoys me though that the beef sheep is like that small, and yet it has it on a thing like this big. Like it's taking up half the page, and the design is only this big.
I know. I want to get a Beep Sheep sticker and mug.
That picture with the trees, the unquiet. That's that's pretty.
Yep. Oh, I wonder if I can get a mask with the Beep Sheep on it.
Ooh. Yeah, because I think Redbubble, you put a design in, they put it on whatever.
But you
offer.
Okay, so like with my Teespring, I had Redbubble before. There's tons of different ones, but like you put the design and then you click what you want it on. So like, because some things don't center correctly, because like Redbubble, like you can look at like the Beep Sheep and it like repeats the pattern, whereas with Ink Press it wouldn't do that and things like that. But you get to like click what you want it to sell. It doesn't look like they have masks for sale on their stuff. I will have to ask why, because I want a Beep Sheep mask.
I just have a bunch of plain white masks, reusable ones that I bought in like a big pack that I just use them until I'm like, I need to wash this. And then once I'm on my last clean one, I'll wash all of them, and then I have a whole stack.
There's the Be Militantly Gentle in the masks.
Okay, I'm going to start another sprint because, yes. Amber, you need to do some more work.
Yeah.
What's the point of pulling an all-nighter if you don't do the work?
Because if I get off here with you, you know where I'm going, right? Because it's Friday night, and the UK it's officially Saturday, so you know it came technically onto my computer at 10 o'clock tonight. Discovery of Witches.
Work on your book.
You know how hard it is not to click on the Amazon right now?
I know. I'll stay with you until I get too tired to stay with you.
Okay.
Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. Go.
Go.
I am this far now.
Nice to see your work, and every time I look up, it looks like you're just coloring on your note on your sticky note.
Well, I write like 2-3 words at a time, and then I get just distracted by the TV. So, like,
Well, at least you're getting work done.
slowly but surely, it's happening. I want to try to finish this in like by the end of the weekend, so that I can maybe start drafting it on like Monday or something.
Well, I've gotten rid of all of the excess Christophers. There's only 5 in the entire book now.
Yay!
I'm changing all the babies to love right now, but sometimes when I save it, it takes forever.
Yeah, I don't know. That one was kind of like, that was one of the ones that was like up to personal preference. But every time he would call her baby, I was just like, it doesn't seem like something he would say. It feels like he would say love or darling.
Yeah, I'm interchanging love and darling, like, in the first, like, 5 chapters before he reveals what he is to her. I've just got darling, and then after that, I'm changing it to love.
Yeah. I'm glad that you agree on that one, because that one I wasn't totally sure. I was just like, I wanted to point it out just to be safe.
Yeah, no, I knew that wasn't, like, it was a kind of a terror for me. So, like, when you said it, I was like, okay, I was right. Because when you have creatures that are this old, and it's the same way with my gods, like, how much do you want them to have integrated into today's society? Well, for younger vampires and paranormals, it's what they probably started growing up with. But for him, he's so old, like, it would be darling and love. It would never be baby.
Right.
So, like, and yes, he could adapt with the times, but he's always been in charge.
Right.
Or being groomed to be in charge. So that doesn't really play in with how he would be, even having kids.
Right.
Because technically Ever is the vampire kid, and she wouldn't say it either as much.
Right.
She would because she's trying to, like, fit in and transition because she's going to college and stuff. But, like,
I think Byron would say it because he's young. Yeah. But yeah, and he does say it, and I think Sky says it.
Yeah.
But I feel like for Sky, she says it more as an assimilation type thing because she's not from there.
Yeah, for her, everybody's babies because she's so much older. Even though she's young, she's older than they are.
She's young, but she's old. She's old and she's young.
Well, it's hard to explain it when you talk about the time difference between the two worlds. It's like, and that's not something that really gets explained until, I don't think I ever really, I touch on it in book 2 very, very faintly.
Right.
And I touch again on it in 3, but just like in passing. But it does fully get explained in book 4. Because Hades has to go up there, and she's like, well, I can't say because the book can't come out. But but so he goes up there, and the person is like, what are you doing here? It's only been a couple days. He's like, no, it's been months. Oh yeah, I forgot. I've been on Earth too long. We'll take it from the other character standpoint instead of the other character. Yeah. Like, try not to give stuff away, and I'm like, oh shit.
Explain without explaining.
It's like what we were talking about the other night. How do you say it in as few words as possible? Words.
Yeah. How do I explain my main fantasy series in as few words as possible? Knock off Supernatural.
Chaos of everything.
Greek gods dicks, just as always.
Well, okay, so the series starts with Greek gods, but it doesn't, like, stay with Greek gods.
Gods. being
So,
dick as always.
Yeah. So, like, book 3, you get a hint of the other gods, and then book 4, you find out why you have that hint and why things are explained in book 3 that might not make sense, but it sets up for book 4 in case you read them in order.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of important for book, I think it'll be book 8. So, yeah.
So, me and Marcus, my BFF, we do kind of like a role play type thing between us, but we're writing stories, and it's just me and him.
Mm-hmm.
And we were doing one where it was like a interconnected series type thing with the Christian mythology apocalypse story.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just started a new one where it's all of like the mythology minus Christian, so like Greek and Egyptian and like all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like mixing them all together. And it's been fun because we decided to do a cross pantheon romance between Hephaestus and Isis.
That's what I love about today's society with history, is that nobody really pays attention to it.
Mm.
So the great thing is I'm actually doing retellings of stories, but
Right.
nobody knows enough history, Greek, Armenian, Egyptian, whatever. Like, nobody follows it enough to know what story I'm telling. I could
Right.
straight up tell you, but you'd never know.
Right.
So in my own way, I'm doing my own fanfic retell of like a Homer story, but like, you never know, or a Greek god story or whatever. So
Yeah. And where ours is like basically the concept of what we're doing now is a lot of the gods are either forgotten or have died and are waiting to be reincarnated, and monsters from various mythologies are teaming up together to like take over / create chaos because the gods are not powerful enough to do anything about it. And Hephaestus finds Isis, who is been reincarnated, but she doesn't know who she is yet. And he's like, oh my gosh, we used to be in love way back when. I'm going to try to get her to remember who she is.
have you seen the Almighty Johnsons?
No, I have not.
If you're gonna write that, don't watch it.
Okay. We're not writing it as in like going to release it. It's just for us, but it's fun because it gets my creative brain creating. And sometimes I do take like ideas and stuff from those for other stuff, but it's not something that I'm going to like have other people read.
Because it's kind of funny. It's kind of what you described is kind of a mix between my books and the Almighty Johnsons.
Yeah.
The Almighty Johnsons is a non-American released series, and I want to say it's New Zealand, but I could just have Sage on the brain.
Sage is from South Africa.
I know, but I'm like thinking that part of the world, like it's. I don't know if it's South Africa or if it's like the Australia. No, it's not Australia.
Accents are similar, so I don't blame you for thinking of that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like the places they went. I want to say it's New Zealand though, but I could be wrong. Anyway, and so basically it's just this family, and it starts off, the kid turns 18, and every person in his family is a different god. When they turned 18, they were endued with, or how you say it, with a different god. That word. And
imbued. It's imbued.
Yeah, whatever.
You crack me up, man.
Whatever. It's like my mom trying to say Mitsubishi. It ain't happening. It's a shit seat no matter what you say. But anyway, so like they got the signs, but they didn't believe it. And turns out like the youngest boy turning 18 turns out to be Odin. And for these thousands of years, like all these gods were being born and reborn and stuff like that, and like the whole thing's supposed to end when Odin comes. And so he's just this 18-year-old kid going, I have no fucking clue what's going on, who I'm supposed to be, what I'm supposed to do. Like, I don't want to end this. I want to be powerful. And it's just a whole bunch of, it's what gave me the idea of like gods coming to Earth and fucking things up. Because like, I didn't want them to go in somebody, but at the same time, I like the idea of them like, no, I like it here. And like, just completely fucking shit up. So yeah, it's kind of like a cross between my book and that.
I have another character that I'm waiting to use. Her name is Carolina, and she is the reincarnation of Seshet.
Seshup.
That person, but she doesn't know who she is yet, and like she has this ability of being like a psychic, kind of like the Dead Zone series, where she touches things and she can see like the future or past of it.
Yeah.
But hers is so intense because she's a goddess that it actually makes her go crazy because the visions are so vivid and like basically she's losing her mind, and she's basically a retired superhero because she's like, no, I'm not going to do this anymore because I'm going crazy. And then now she's going to find out that like, oh, I'm actually a goddess.
Hey, not all powers are good ones.
Yeah. So it's like, just imagine the Dead Zone, but he slowly loses his mind because the visions are so intense.
That's the thing, like, throughout my research on all the different gods, like I've got 6 different types and pantheons and all this shit. So when you think about all the powers they have, like it just seems so great. You could be the god of wine or whatever. But then like there are some really fucked up ones. You're like, how much did your parents hate you? Like, to never be wrong. I forget the god's name, but to never be wrong or to always know the future. Like, you will never get a surprise birthday party ever. You will always know when someone is about to cheat on you or like.
Right.
You will, yeah, like to always know what somebody's thinking. Like, there are so many gods that just have some screwed up, just, dear God, why were you born? You'd be better off without you being born. Like, fuck.
Right. Like when I was creating that character with her visions and stuff, I actually was like thinking of what would make her actually go crazy. And so I wrote in like, it started small where when she was younger, she would like touch a dog and she would see the owner beating it. And so she would steal the dog to save it. And it got so intense to the point where she would pick up a rock off the ground and see in the past how this rock was used to brutally beat somebody to death and actually witness that happening. And then she like has PTSD now because of witnessing this happening just from touching a rock. Like, they're intense, man. They're intense. I don't know. It's probably stuff or characters or like basic plot lines that I would use in the future. But
Yeah.
the series as a whole, I'm not going to just use the whole thing because, I mean, Greek gods have been used so many times. I have no interest in writing a series about Greek gods.
Well, and that was the thing. Like, when I first started writing the series, I already had the vampires and I already had the Greek gods. And I'm like, there's really no way to tell this story. Like, it has to start here. There's no way around it. But, like, the entire series is not going to be vampires and it's not going to be gods. And, like, that's why I was so afraid of people would be like, oh, it's just another vampire book. Like, no, it's not. It just happens to be the first book. It just happens. Technically, it's not even the first book, it's the second book, but we won't go into that. That's just a whole nother can of worms I will probably work on later. But that's a pet project, to make a screwed up book with a half decent plot fit into the series.
Yeah.
Because it's a big part of the series.
Okay. Speaking of writing and stuff, I don't know if we have anybody watching still, but
It
I mean,
says 6.
it just went down from 8 to 7 on my screen. So, oh, he's still here. Right about the earlier gods, the ones that say, "Well, you effing Greek upstarts, just tone it down a little."
That's basically what I'm doing. Like, all my gods are the primordial gods. So, like, I'm taking whatever culture I find and taking it all the way back.
Right.
So, like, my Egyptians go all the way back to Isis, and my Greek gods go all the way back to Gaia and stuff like that. Like,
Holy crap, woman. Okay, so here's my dilemma. I have a bunch of clothes on my bed. I am not doing them. It's almost 1 in the morning. I don't know what to
do
do.
like Nana and push them all to the side.
My bed's not as big as hers.
There ain't that many clothes. You can stack them tall. Hopefully they won't bury you. It ain't like there's room up here. You have
Just roll
barely.
over in the middle of the night.
You have the stupid shawl. There's no room.
You really want to start this with
Is
me?
your head cold?
I have 2 cups of coffee in me. You really want to start this?
I really don't care. What's the one? You done?
Please don't
Charlie's not being loud at all.
Okay, she said no murder on screen. Sorry.
I was literally swallowing this and started like whacking her with it, and I almost choked.
Okay, anybody should know by now. If she comes on, don't be drinking or eating.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
You should know by now. How long have you known me?
See, okay, so my main fantasy series does not talk about gods or mythology, but it does go into like lore and fantasy elements. Like I use fairies from the Scottish/Irish culture.
Cool. There she goes.
I'm using the losing the functionality of my mouth now.
Yep.
And it's like, I guess it's more, I guess it would be considered paranormal, but I always considered them to be more on the supernatural side because I don't know the difference between paranormal and supernatural, I guess.
Child, bring me a soda. You're the one up at 1 o'clock in the morning. That's what children are for. To
I'm
get
not
their
a freaking bartender. Here you go.
Yes, you are.
You passed for me.
What? Oh,
You're done.
damn! She didn't take a drink. In this house, if she opens your soda and doesn't take a drink, something's wrong.
You're done. I'm cutting you off. Call yourself an Uber.
Uber.
Yeah, so I have vampires and werewolves and stuff like that, and basically the concept of my world is that the supernatural creatures of our world are not from our world, and they did not originate from our world. They came from alternate dimensions, alternate worlds where they existed there, and they came over here, and my main character is descended from a person who was created to be the gatekeeper between worlds. So they had a spell that closed off the doorway for creatures to come over here, and they had to tie it to a person. So they chose this person that was like a really successful like monster hunter basically in his time, and she's descended from that person, and so her whole reason for existing is to keep the gateways from being able to open, because once the bloodline dies off, then the spell's broken and the gates open again. So she basically just has to exist and have babies. But she her family at the time became monster hunters, basically like the border patrol for monsters.
There is a
And then send them
series.
back over.
Hey, sorry, I thought you were done. There is a
Yeah.
series
No, yeah, that's
that I was reading by Ruby Dixon. I knew I had one left. And I don't remember which one's the first one, but the one I'm reading is Fire and His Fury. But basically, it's kind of the same thing. Like, this portal opened up in this dragon universe, and it threw them into Earth. And because of the sun, they couldn't fly back into their portal. Like, the portal's still open. Dragons can come in, but they can't fly high enough because of gravity in the sun to get back into the portal. And it makes them go crazy trying. So there's only like one, like all the female dragons have gone crazy, and they're like, they're using their fire to torture all these places. And so it's like the story starts like 10-15 years later, where there's like kind of post-apocalyptic. There's only like certain places open or whatever, certain cities, like Dallas is a hub and things like that they fortified. And it's really good. Like, only one person can like make the male dragons want to turn human, and because they can't be with the female dragons because they go psycho.
Well, I just like came up with this idea way back in my high school days when I was first starting to get into writing, and my muse was giving me ideas all the time, because now I don't get new ideas very often. And so I'm using the old ideas that I got and actually making them into good things. I don't know, because the basic idea was nothing like what it is now. Because what it is now, it's more like a procedural detective type thing. Like, imagine Supernatural, the TV show, but the main character is a female, no siblings, and instead of just the supernatural things just kind of existing in our world, they come from other worlds, and she has to either send them to the proper place, or if they won't go and they're still going to kill people, then she has to do something about it.
Gotcha.
And then also she needs to have kids because she's the last of her bloodline, and if she doesn't have kids and she dies, then yeah, bad stuff.
True.
Yeah, and then I have plans for future books where she's actually going to go through gates to other worlds, but I'm not going to explain why, because that would be spoilers.
Yeah, I wish I was like you and like Charlie and had like a crap ton of ideas for different stories, different genres, things like that. I got all the same ideas for the same genre. Like, I got, well, how am I up to? I think I'm up to like 20 books that I've got characters already written for and stuff. And I already know what title they're gonna have, and yeah.
Another book that I had worked on very seriously for quite a while, but it's before I really got good at writing, and so it's basically needs an entire rewrite. Like, it's pretty bad. That one, I wanted to do time travel without doing time travel, so I did a parallel universe where you can go to another world, and some worlds exist at different speeds. So he went to one world where they were still in medieval times, and he was there for 3 months, but when he came back, it had been like 8 months or something like that in his normal world because of the time difference. And then like he went to another world where it was like way in the future, and he was there for like 6 months, and he went back and he was only gone for like 2 months, or whatever, like, because I was like, I want to do time travel, but I don't want to do time travel.
There was a movie with Matthew McConaughey where they were trying to find another planet because Earth was dying.
Are you talking about The Dark Tower? No. Oh, the spacey one.
Yeah.
That
kind of reminds me of that, because they went to like one planet, and they were only there for like an hour, but it was actually like 10 years by the time they made it back, and like, yeah, those things.
Sup? How's it going back there? She's Did you not know she was standing there? She's sitting there brushing her teeth.
Fucking God.
As soon as I said something, she turned and walked out.
I'm like over here just like talking and working on my book, dude. I just,
All right. Well, speaking of working on the book, we're going to do another sprint now.
that's why I didn't see her, because I like didn't have the camera up looking at myself. Whoa. And she says my book's gonna give me a freaking heart attack. Jesus Christ.
Well, now let's let that adrenaline carry you into another sprint so you can keep working.
Oh, I got plenty of music to keep me going. I'm surprised you ain't seen me dancing over here and Devin ain't said something.
I have not been looking at the computer. I've been going between writing on sticky notes and watching the TV. So,
Yeah.
All right, Amber, you can do the battle cry this time.
Are you sure?
Just do it. Just go for it.
3, 2, 1.
Yay! Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
I'm at the point where I'm having trouble connecting this with.
Yes, we're still on stream. You're like, y'all are still streaming?
Hey, we got to get work done. Well, I mean, your mom has to get work done. I'm just here to support.
I do have to get work done. I am almost done. I'm on the last chapter.
Yay!
Told you, I'm determined to get this fucker done. I mean, the good thing is, like, there wasn't a lot to change. First.
Right.
It was mostly grammatical stuff because I was lucky enough to have a great book formatter from Oxford University.
Yeah, I'm just glad I could help you with it because I want your books to be as good as they can possibly be so that people buy all of them and you get lots of money.
Why, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get to my YouTube so I can link it to my thing. How do you... gosh. I'm trying to see my channel. There's no way to see your channel as the subscriber sees it, is there?
I don't know. When I go to my channel, it looks like what subscribers see.
Well, no, like when you give somebody your author to, I mean your YouTube, it gives you like youtube.com/c/author_craft.
There you go.
Yeah, but how do I get that onto? I don't need to see my channel like that, baby. I need to like copy the hyperlink.
Hyperlink. What's a hyperlink?
This right here.
You need to copy it. So you want me to send this to you?
If you can get the address, the website address.
That might be a problem since I'm not on my computer.
Exactly. Phones don't show you the and because I'm a subscriber to myself, I can't do it.
You have a lot of podcasts on
I can just. I don't have a lot of podcasts. I have like
2, 3,
5
4,
podcasts.
5. Speaking of, y'all should go watch her podcast. I know that was a pretty smooth segue.
I haven't watched them yet. I need
She spends like 7 hours editing them, so.
I need to do it.
I do spend a lot of time editing them. Mainly because I take out all the ums and buts and pauses for planes and.
The Afterthought Podcast, Episode 5.
Yep, started the month with Savvy.
It's 1:30 and I stopped to do clothes.
What are you doing tomorrow?
No,
I think if you go into your channel settings, by the way, you can do the custom URL where it will have your name in there, if that's what you're wanting.
Yeah, I just need to copy it to put it into the book.
why can't you just copy it?
Let me,
When I pull up my own channel, it shows not my like channel that other people would see.
I can get out my computer.
Oh, it's okay. I found a way to get it.
Because I really don't want to do that. I was
Yeah,
just being nice.
you're being nice, and I appreciate that. But
customize channel.
I'm surprised. It's 1:30 and I'm being nice.
I know it's very surprising. It's 1:30 and you're being nice. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, child? I'm your mother. I'm allowed to say whatever the hell I want about you.
Okay, I got it. If you go into the customize, if you go to your thing, like you're looking at your channel, and you go to you click on the customize channel, and you go to the basic info, there's a thing in there that says channel URL and then custom URL, and it has youtube.com/c/ channel name.
Basic info. I love how slow my computer is when there's nobody online.
It's also where you would go to add in like your other social media links and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it is.
Awesome sauce. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because I typed it in, but then it doesn't want to make it into a hyperlink, so I needed to copy it from somewhere.
My earbuds are gone.
You need to freaking put a string around them
no.
goddamn earbuds
The
before
whole
I
thing. The
freaking
whole
choke
thing.
you with them.
The whole thing is gone, not just the earbuds.
Okay, so where'd you set them? If the whole thing's gone, you sat them
No,
somewhere.
I set them on my bed and they're
You
not there.
always think you sat them somewhere. You're my child. You lose it. There's a reason I can't find my brace, because I sat it down and I thought I knew where I put it. Therefore, I lost it.
Amber, you have a
What?
question about your podcast.
Yes, Mom, answer the question.
Kira, go find your fucking headphones.
I can't find them. That's why I'm talking
You
to
ain't gonna find them when you ain't looking.
I got a wall.
Yes, the podcast is the interviews. It started out with authors, and all the authors so far have gone through things, and they're like, I got more fucking pillows. You can take that one. I'm still gonna beat you with it. It started off with interviews just with authors that are all self-published so far, that have gone through their own trials and stuff to get published, to get to where they are, to get successful. And I started with my favorite ones that I've been lucky enough to get. And then last month was Savvy, because I read her book and I thought it was a really good way, since 2020 screwed us all over and we're all determined to win this year, to not let it get us down. So, but it's for all entrepreneurs in general. I just started with interviewing authors that I loved and knew.
Okay, so I'm struggling with this because I had already started drafting it. And I'm struggling getting from here to where I want what I wanted to do here and here in this small amount of space.
Okay. So
they meet here. He offers her a job for room and board here. So they're actually like, she's living on the ranch working there, and here he gets injured and he needs her help to work with a horse that's like a champion barrel horse that's having issues. And then here is a rodeo that she has to ride in, and I just don't know if this is enough space for them to actually start working with the horse, which they would be doing here, to the rodeo being here.
the only way to make it fit in that much space would be for the horse to have some training.
Well, I mean, it's a champion horse. It's just been having issues, and they're trying to figure out what's wrong with it. So I guess it would be realistic.
Yeah, I mean, what time frame are you talking from the time she gets the horse to the time of the race?
I don't know, like maybe a few weeks. Maybe like a week.
Probably not doable. A month, possibly, depending on the issue. And
see,
the extent of the issue.
I either need to eliminate the rodeo idea altogether, or I need to alternate this situation here.
Well, I mean, you can either make the issue not that bad, like severe wise to the horse.
Okay, the issue that I was thinking of the horse having was that the rider that was riding it originally was doing something abusive to the horse, so it wasn't wanting to do races anymore. And now that they're working with it, I wanted it to be like they get it over the issue, and because it's not getting abused anymore, then it's like, okay, I'll do the race now.
So you're talking like spurs in the pads type thing.
Yeah.
Because
it's a barrel race horse, and it was like a champion, like has won multiple times horse that is having issues, and the owner of the horse doesn't know that the rider that she hired was doing something that abusive to it.
How long would the issue have been going on?
And like maybe a few rodeos and the horse isn't performing like it usually does.
Then about 2 weeks of working the horse with only 1 day off a week, you probably could work that out.
Okay, that could work because I can do like a time skip, a small time skip, if I need to.
Yeah, I mean you could make like if you had more time, then you could go through the process of her like trying to figure out what was wrong with it. Or if you had less time to work with, you could make it where like she deduced it from the clues of what was being told to her and
Right.
like automatically like tried that first, depending on, you know, her expertise and what she's being told.
Right. So what I'm thinking too is that this is the inkling this could work and the deepening desire and the maybe this could work trait where your external plot and your romance plot are supposed to be working in tandem to
Mhm.
give the external plot needs to be giving moments for the romance plot to take place. So him here, she's almost gets trampled by that horse that he rescued in the beginning that he's been working with, and he like pushes her out of the way and he hurts himself, so then he can't ride for a little bit. So he asks her to ride and him just to like be there to tell her what to do.
Mhm.
And so that external plot is giving them chances here to be working together and bonding, and then this is the midpoint of love plot thrust, and that's where they're finally like,
Yeah.
I could make this work. And I wanted this to be the first time that they do the nasty, and then the rodeo to be right here.
I feel like I'm on like some princess I must walk straight bullshit. Even though my head is crooked as fuck right now.
Mom, I still can't find them.
Don't make me call you your aunt.
So you can go months with losing stuff and not even be able to remember
I
anything.
have a
but
memory problem. What's your excuse?
I have a memory problem. What's your excuse?
Go look in Nana's bed.
No, I didn't bring him in there.
So they've been missing for hours?
Apparently, probably since I left.
What are you looking for?
Her freaking AirPods?
Those
whole
things are expensive.
The whole thing, not just one, two, the case, the whole thing.
Can I tell you how many times she's lost just one? It's almost better the whole case is missing. It's bigger.
Yeah, but none of it.
Check the side of the bed. Check the clothes.
I checked that.
Check your own head.
I won't get noticed.
I'm so close to finishing this book and she does this to me now.
Is that a thing to use your phone to locate them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the AirPods have to be out of the case. She's lost them case and all.
Mm.
And unfortunately, and I don't understand why, when they cost so freaking much, you can't locate the case too. You need to
Yeah, they should fix that.
shit.
They should fix that.
Somebody
They need
needs
to
to
fix a
email
lot of
Apple on that
things.
shit.
So, all right. Well, you gave me a little bit of reassurance, so I'm just
Even Nikki's hardest problem only really took, what, 2 weeks to fix?
Wait, okay, what are we talking about?
So it's a barrel racing horse, and he's usually winning like every time he is doing a barrel race, and he stops performing well, stops wanting to do races, and it's because they don't know, the people working with the horse don't know, but it's because the rider that was hired to ride the horse was doing abusive things to not like beating it or anything, but like using sharp spurs and that kind of stuff, and so the horse wasn't wanting to do races. And from here is when they start working with the horse, and then I have 2 more phases until the rodeo is here.
So basically, they
About a month.
They had to reintroduce spurs in a positive way. So they went from they would just.
But they don't know when they get the horse. They don't know what's wrong.
Okay.
So you got to do a heart
They have
and
to figure out what's wrong with it, and then
figure out what's wrong. And then
So she puts on her spurs, and as soon as the horse hears the spurs clunking, he like gets all like backs up and gets all like nervous and stuff. Then she gets on, and as soon as the spurs touch him, he freaks out. Like starts bucking and rearing.
So you gave her the idea of what happened. I was just giving her the
And then
timeline
after
idea.
that, the way you could fix it is she takes off her spurs,
Rubs them along.
and she takes off her spurs, and she uses her feet, and she slowly uses her feet, and then she uses more and more, and then she uses like more humane spurs, like bumper spurs.
Mm.
And then she introduces those slowly. It's like, hey, these are okay, these are
But
fine.
she only has a month.
You can do that in a month. If you work every day from 5 to 7,
Yeah.
a.m. to p.m.
As I said, working every day with only one day off because you can't work a whole
mean,
day.
Who's working for room and board living on this ranch, and she feels bad because the actual horse trainer injures himself keeping her out of harm's way from another horse like attacking her, and so she is like gonna probably be willing to put in all the effort. So
But yeah, I gave you the timeline. She gave you the how-tos. There you
I
go.
was just making sure that I could actually fit it, because I'm looking at this now. I'm like, I only have like 2 more actual horse training areas that could like actually be working with a horse until the rodeo would happen, because this is a strictly romance scene right here.
Well, and that's also how you can work in the romantic subplot too, because he's watching her work with a horse, then he earns some respect for her, and then he sees how she's figuring out what's wrong. He's seeing that she's smart and like finds that attractive. Like
Mm-hmm.
all those things
Not
work.
afraid of hard work.
Yeah.
Also, when you like are like, so what are you gonna say when you go to the rodeo? Like, what's your idea for that part?
She wins.
Okay, so what I would do is have like a climax, like kind of like, so like
It's the midpoint.
they get there like a day early to make sure everything's okay, because that's what most people do. So they go in the arena, and she has her bumper spurs on, and she touches him or her or it again, and then it starts freaking out again. And so then they have to do the same thing within a day at the rodeo there. Not the same exact thing, but
If you throw the romance element in, like him,
Okay.
I think you can do it, then yeah, that might actually be a nice midpoint.
What I had previously had, because I had already started drafting this, what I had previously had is that they finished like training the horse, they got it over its issue, and the horse went back to the owner, and then the owner would enter the horse into a rodeo, but the horse started freaking out again with the rider that came near it, and so she had to call and be like, hey, I really need you to come ride the horse in the rodeo for me, because he won't let the other rider near him. And so that's why she, like, her and the horse trainer have to drive out to the rodeo, and so that she can ride the horse in the barrel race to win.
Yeah.
yeah, I would
Just have that happen the day before.
Yeah, and then I'd be like, I don't know, like basically, I'm trying to think of her way. So like she walks up to the horse, and then the horse is like, to the trainer, is like immediately like all lovey-dovey, and like she starts petting him or her. I don't know if it's a girl.
Like when
him it's
Nikki's
okay.
all nice to Bob and not you because you pissed her off.
We don't talk about that. Telling him or her it's okay, everything's gonna be okay, and then she gets on him or her and rides off into the
I don't know
sunset.
why you try to write horror. You could do a Heartland fanfic in a heartbeat. Why do you like writing horror?
I know. You need to write your own stories too.
She does. She's got two.
Just get Kira to ghostwrite it for you.
You're just talking about something she knows a lot about. Horror.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I was struggling figuring out how to get that whole thing to fit in so few plot beats.
You could also so they're on.
It's doable. I mean, she would just have to show her dedication, and which works for the subplot.
So either the first or the third barrel.
Yeah.
So the horse stumbles. Okay. The horse stumbles. But
You're at the midpoint, not the climax of the
then
book.
they get back up and they finish it and they still win.
Yeah, that's impossible.
I don't think, yeah.
They don't fall. The horse trips.
Even stumbling.
Yeah, if you're competing at a professional level, even just a stumble will cost you a few seconds, and you'll most likely lose.
Fallon Taylor's like 1 in a million chances of that happening, and it wasn't like a NRA rodeo or NFR. Yeah, NFR. Jesus Christ. Told you I'm tired.
So this whole book takes place in Oregon, and the rodeo that they're going to is the St. Paul rodeo.
Okay.
In Oregon, so it's just like it's a big rodeo, but it's like local.
Yeah, still a local, not a national.
Yeah.
I heard the footing there sucks.
Yeah, no, Tanny, she does write. She writes horror, and I type it and proofread it for her to make it into sentences instead of one long ass word.
When I write, I cannot put periods. I'll forget what I'm saying, okay?
She does no. No, you don't just do periods. You do no punctuation at all.
Commas aren't real. Okay, so
neither's apostrophes either, apparently.
I just do the whole entire. I just do a whole entire page.
It's just one big long run-on sentence for 20 million pages.
I do a whole entire page, and then I go back and I try and fix it and clean it up a little bit. I do. Why do you think there's some periods and some commas?
One page, one period of page is fixing it? Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
So just don't the hiccups.
Is your hiccups going to keep me from choking on bullshit?
Oh my god, Amber, why is your child still awake?
Because it's the weekend.
I don't understand parents who are like, you have to go to bed at 7:30 sharp. I don't care if it's Friday night. You're going to bed at 7:30 sharp, and that's on period.
Oh my god, can you sound like more Beverly Hills, like stuck up, rich bitch?
No, she lives down the street.
I had to be home by certain times, but I didn't have to be asleep.
That'd be more specific. They're down the hill. There's like 5 of them.
Okay, well, there's
one that's moved across country.
Oh, yeah, them.
Pick which rich bitch you're talking about. Sorry, what?
My curfew stuff, all that when I was a teenager was, I had, if I went out, I had to be home by 10, but I didn't have to go to bed at any particular time. That was kind of on the weekends, that was up to me. It was up to my discretion. But on the weekdays, my mom definitely was like, you should probably go to sleep now because you have to get up at 5 a.m. to go to school.
Well, yeah, no, during the week, she's responsible with the exception of Thursday nights.
Friday nights?
Let's say, or Friday, depending on the week.
I'm a rebel.
But, I mean, she's also used to going to bed at
11 o'clock and getting up at 5:30.
Yeah. That's what she's done her almost entire school life.
Basically.
I mean, if you can function with however many hours of sleep that is, then you do you, boo-boo.
Yeah,
that's 6.5 hours of sleep with 2.5 hours of intense workout.
And 2.5. Try 3 by the time you...
3 hours of intense workout and 7 to 8 hours of school.
With a half hour to eat in between each one of those.
Yeah. And 20 minutes to watch something on my phone while I fall asleep. Sometimes I would fall asleep in my leotard because I was so tired. I'd sit on the bed, I'm like, okay, I'm going to be fine. I'm just going to go through my phone. Yep, fell asleep in a leotard. Good thing they're comfortable.
I didn't do a lot of sports or anything like that. I did artsy hobbies like theater and music and that kind of stuff. But I didn't really have a lot of extracurriculars that I did because I lived on a farm and had lots and lots and lots of chores. And the only time I really did extracurriculars was I did a track team my senior year. And I honestly, now I wish I had done it all of high school because I probably could have made it to state and probably even won by the time my senior year came, because just the massive improvement that I got in 1 year of doing track, if I had done it all, then I would have been way better.
In 7th grade I did basketball, soccer, track. There's another one.
I did play volleyball for 2 years in middle school, And I played softball for half a season, and then I had to quit because my mom couldn't afford to pick me up from school because of the gas money, because we lived an hour away from the school.
I was about to join the football team, but then Corona.
Yeah, but she did track and soccer and basketball, which is kind of cool because she did soccer and basketball when she was 3 before she started gymnastics and ballet and tap. Yeah, ballet, tap, soccer, and basketball.
Literally all we
at
did
3.
in tap was jazz hands.
You did more than that.
I did
Video.
I did the school play every single year.
I was in drama, but my teachers kind of like.
I was in technical drama.
And I did choir. So.
I want to be in debate class. I'm in choir too.
My school did not have a debate thing. We didn't have a non-musical drama class. We had one choir. We had no band. So all of our choir was a cappella because we had no band. All of our plays were with a CD because we had no band. Because in other schools, when you have like a band and all that kind of stuff, the band will do the music for the musicals.
Yeah.
And like all that. We didn't have any of that. Like, if we had a band at my school, I totally would have learned to play something. Like,
I'm just gonna be honest. I don't like band. I like orchestra. I think it's way better. I think it sounds better.
I think if COVID hadn't happened, you might have had a chance of bringing strings back.
Yeah, I literally went to the school. I went
First
to the
year we get
school,
here, she's like, "No strings. I'm gonna fix that."
and I went to
COVID.
school, and they told me to go a bunch of different places. Every time I tried to talk to the principal, the administration's office was like, "Why?" And I was like, "Because I want an orchestra program here." They're like, "We can start a club," and I said, "I don't want a club. I want a program. That's why I want to talk to the principal." And she was like, and they were always like, "Well, you have to set an appointment." And then kids would walk in and be like, "Can I talk to the principal?" And she'd be like, "Yeah."
See, my school was just really small, and they did the bare minimum for arts because they just couldn't really afford more than that. And
Our school just doesn't like anyone to challenge their authority.
like Jordan did band. Jordan plays euphonium. He's rusty because he hasn't played in a while, but like when he actually practices, when he has time to practice like multiple times a week, he's really, really good. And if he had not quit in high school, he could have, like, honestly, he was talented enough, he could have gotten a scholarship.
He's good on the guitar too.
I just don't think it sounds good when you're in middle school and it's all of them together. They just don't belong all together.
Well, Jordan was first chair euphonium all up until his junior year in high school, and they got a new band teacher, and his new band teacher told him that if he didn't take private lessons to work on his playing, that he would not be allowed to be first chair anymore, and he was going to get demoted to second chair. And Jordan could not afford private lessons. He only got the lessons that were a part of the program. And so this new band teacher demoted him to second chair and then said, "Oh, by the way, I offer private lessons."
Mm-hmm.
Basically tried to extort him and his mom. But his mom was a single parent with 3 kids and could not afford the extra stuff. And he rented the euphonium from the school and stuff. So like,
yeah.
But he was really, really good. Like, he got first chair just because he was that good. Like, he didn't take the private lessons. He didn't need them. And his first band teacher knew that. Like, his school did a collaborative, like, concert with the Marine Corps band of all.
Nice.
And they played, I can't remember what the name of the song is. Pray to the Tall Ships or something like that, and it's got a massive euphonium solo in the middle of the song, and that's really difficult to play. And they do a competition between the first chairs of the high school band and the Marine band to see who would do the solo. And Jordan won, and Jordan in the concert. Like, he beat a professional euphonium player out of a solo as a high school student, a sophomore high school student. Like, but because of that teacher, his junior year, trying to like extort him and forcing him to be second chair. He quit band, and which is a bummer because he could have gotten a full ride scholarship into college.
I hate when when teachers do that. Like when I was in orchestra, my first teacher, I had we had to come early. Like my mom used to have to drop me off at school started at 8, and she dropped me off at 7, 6:30, 7.
No, it was like 6:45 because
Yeah.
I'd get home. You'd have to be ready. You'd grab breakfast. We'd have just enough time to grab breakfast and you eat it on the way. So we'd get there about 6:45.
And so we'd do it in the morning, and we'd have the class in the afternoon every single day. And that was like a lot. But then we got a new teacher in middle school, and she was pretty cool. But the first teacher wanted me to take private lessons. And she literally spent 2 weeks on just teaching us how to tighten our bow. That's it. You just go like this, and you just don't tighten it too much.
Yeah, that doesn't take 2 weeks. I learned that in like 5 minutes.
Exactly. And then she was teaching us how to hold it, and that took a month.
Why?
I was like, if someone can't hold it in a month, I don't think they should be in orchestra. That's basic level.
See, I bought myself a violin because I've always wanted to learn, and I bought it a few years ago. But I've always wanted to learn, so I bought one, and I was teaching myself just little by little, and it took me 5 minutes to learn how to take bow tightening and putting the rosin on it. I'm not the best at holding it properly, but it's not going to take me a month to learn how to do that.
Literally,
Yeah.
all I did was you.
She got so tired of waiting on everybody else, she started taking lessons for the cello.
Yeah.
So she got tired of waiting on everybody to catch up, so she was doing both instruments.
How I remembered it was, so you go like this, but you make sure that a mouse can fit through a hole. That's how you hold it. Because if a mouse can't fit through the hole, that means the hole too tiny. If the hole too tiny, then it's going to fall. And that means you're going like this with your wrist, which also means you're going like this, and that's not right.
Can you shut up long enough for her to read comments?
No.
Meadow be like,
I feel like we're ignoring the audience here.
That comment made me laugh, yes. Jordan's also really good at guitar, as Amber was saying. Jordan taught himself how to play the guitar.
Most men teach themselves how to play guitar.
I know very basic chords on the guitar. I can play enough to play the basic G, D, A, C, chord progression stuff. I can do that. Jordan, he can read tabs, and so he teaches himself songs and stuff all the time. And I'm like,
her father can read tabs.
I can read chord charts.
I understand it.
I can read chord charts, because I know what the chord charts are. I can read those, but I have no idea. I have tried. Jordan has tried to teach me how to read tabs. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Same with my ex.
And he's like, it's so easy. It's tabs. And I'm like,
I'll show you what tabs look like tomorrow.
What?
No, it's a type of cheat sheet music, and it basically, instead of giving you the chords, it gives you the letters.
Oh, that's what we used for violin.
But
it teaches you the letters, because once you learn the letters, then there are songs, and the notes, the quarter notes have the letter in the middle, and they're also on the staff, so you can get used to seeing that letter in a certain spot on the chart. Wow, I'm so rusty.
Yeah, but a lot of people can either read music or read tabs. They can't do both.
I guess I can do both then.
Yeah, your teacher taught you well. She taught you both.
Well,
most people can't understand how to read music. I can't do tabs, but I can read music. Most people can do one or the other. They can't do both.
So guitar tabs is this chart, and it's lines across the page that represent the strings of the guitar, and there's numbers on there that vary, and the numbers represent I don't even know. I don't understand the concept of it. Jordan has tried to teach me multiple times, and I just don't get it.
I can't tell you how many tabs I threw away when me and her father broke up. So many songs.
Bruh.
Did you at least recycle?
Yes, I recycled. straight into the fire.
Okay, here's an example. I will show you what it looks like.
Kenny said their kid did singing, piano, guitar lessons. We've moved too much to catch the team sports. That was me growing up. I did basketball every place we moved. But by the time I graduated, I had moved twice as many times as I was old. So, yeah, I definitely get that.
This is a tab. This is what a tab looks like. These are okay.
Numbers in different chord. Like
these are the strings. So it has them labeled. This is the low E.
What we did in.
And the numbers. The numbers represent something, but I'm not quite sure what they mean because I just don't get the concept. I don't understand. I can't read it. I don't know what it means.
I think, if I remember correctly, it's how many beats.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. I remember. It's the fret that you play it on.
Okay.
It's the fret that you put your finger on when you hold down that particular string.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's
yeah.
basically, that's how we learned to read music stuff. Not music stuff, but.
Well, that's good. That means you know how to read both.
So a zero means
that's not how it was taught usually.
A zero means that you pluck that string without having any fingers on any frets. A one means that you have your finger on the first fret and you pluck that string with your finger on the first fret, and the 2, 3, etc. But like I'm not talented enough to understand this concept.
Yeah, basically it's you have 2 fingers on, and that creates a D, and then you pluck 2 fingers.
See, my thing is I can read music, and I can play, but I cannot put the two together.
I used to be able to read music because I was in choir, and part of the choir competition is sight singing.
Yeah, I can read music so that I can sing from when I was in choir at church. And I can listen and play a song. But I cannot sit there and look at music like you would words on a keyboard and type, or on a piece of paper and type it.
Jordan is just one of those people that, like, he makes me really, really jealous.
Your husband's way too fucking smart, first off.
He's very, very intelligent. And he's one of those people that never forgets anything. Like, once he learns something, it is stuck in his brain for all time. He's fluent in 3 languages and proficient in another. He plays euphonium, amazingly. He taught himself how to play the guitar. He's amazing at that. He still remembers how to play sheet music. He hadn't played euphonium in 7 years. And he's like, you know what? I really want to start playing euphonium again. So we found him a euphonium at a rent-to-own place, got him one. He bought a bunch of sheet music, and he just started playing. And I was like, how can you still read that? I forgot how to read sheet music. Like, what the fuck? And, it's just crazy to me. It makes me jealous.
What does he know? He knows German,
Spanish, and English. And then he's proficient in Arabic.
Okay.
But not fluent in Arabic. He has got a long way to go. I'm better at him in Arabic, but he's fluent in 3 languages other than that. So,
for some reason I was thinking, he was proficient in French, but I knew I was wrong.
No, he really wants to learn. He wants to get better at the Arabic. And I want to practice Arabic more too. And then I really want to learn Italian. And he said that he would learn Italian with me because he thinks that would be easy since he already speaks Spanish, because Italian and Spanish are really similar.
It's easier to go from Spanish to Portuguese to Italian.
My grandparents are fluent in Portuguese. They're missionaries to Brazil.
There was a guy I worked with when I had my job in high school. His wife was Portuguese. And he was on the phone with her one day, and they were talking, and I was like, that kind of sounds like Spanish, but different. And I'd never heard Portuguese before. And he goes, yeah, that's Portuguese. I had to learn it to understand my wife's family and when she gets mad and stuff. And I was like, how hard is that to learn? I know Spanish, so it should be easy, right? And he goes, no. He goes, it's a lot easier. He goes, I knew Spanish, and I had to relearn everything. It's easier to go from knowing Spanish to go to Portuguese and then Italian.
I lately, like the last few months or so, I've just been really digging Italian. Well, actually, more like the last year, because I had a character that I made who was Italian, and he is like my sweet little cinnamon roll. I love him more than anybody else I've ever loved in my life. And he's Italian, and he speaks Italian. And well, I mean, he speaks English too, but he speaks in Italian a lot. And so I had to learn some basic phrases for said character. And so, like, because of him, because of this fictional being that I created in my mind, I need to learn Italian.
I was learning Italian. I had Duolingo and Rosetta Stone, and I was learning Italian.
Hey,
And then
I almost said that in an accent. Y'all talking about too many languages.
I
British
remember-
speak Italian.
I don't remember what happened, but then I do know every time I would start speaking Spanish to one of my friends at work, who didn't speak English very well.
You hit your knee?
Yeah, I hit my knee every time. I would go in, I'd start in Spanish, and then I would like, I could tell when I did it too, I would like slowly transform into Italian, and I'd be going like half Spanish, half Italian, talking to him, because you just see his head turn sideways every now and then, like.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Jordan learned Spanish because he was working at AutoZone, like straight out of high school. Like that was his first job that he got out of high school. And there's a lot of immigrants from Spanish-speaking countries that go to Utah. Like there's a huge population of them. And so he had to learn Spanish to be able to communicate with a lot of customers at AutoZone. And he basically, as I said, he's one of those people that he learns something and he never forgets it. So it's like, hey, he'll ask one of his friends that speaks English and Spanish. He's like, hey, what's the word for this? And his friend tells him, and then he's like, okay, cool. And he remembers it for all time.
We need to pick one for this, 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 this. And I wrote them all down so you couldn't say, well, I think it's this one. This.
What are you
This.
doing?
Okay, what word do you want to learn this week? You're
And
going
this.
back to school,
And
so
this.
do you want to learn school? You're the one learning it. What word do you want to pick this week?
Why?
You
I
only
like that word a lot. No.
teach her one word a week?
No, we do more than one. No, here are the words I know. So the words I know.
We transition words that are easy into our vocabulary like all the time, but like harder spelled words, she does one a week.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, wild or crazy, was, water, Saturday, what? And that's all I know.
You know what? It is officially Satiti.
It is.
Yeah, she's got a list going of words. I'm like, why? What do you mean to read? Do you have crazy on there?
Yeah.
Is that what I heard?
This is the only one. These are the only ones I could write down that like I had already picked.
I have found if you find words that she likes to say a lot, she'll remember them better.
Like no, I really like that word, so we should pick one.
Okay, one word in Arabic that I will never forget for the rest of my life. Backstory behind this. There was a meme going around at the time that I learned this word. There was a meme going around about the owl that said, drugs, drugs. It was a meme. And one of my classmates, when I was in language school, was obsessed with the meme. So she asked the teacher what the word for drugs was. And so now I will never forget it because every single time I go, mahadarat, because that's how you say drugs, but I always say it like the owl from the meme because my classmate.
I'll never forget the word seal in French.
Why?
Because it's fook. And Hannah used to always go, look, you know that TikTok that was going around? Look at this cute little baby picnic. You know the rest is.
No,
I can't say it.
I know, but I'm saying I don't know the TikTok, so I don't know what you were.
See, yeah, so it makes me jealous because my memory is really, really, really bad, and I have to practice something constantly to keep it in my brain. And like Arabic, even after language school, I did well. I passed the speaking portion of my test and everything. Like I was proficient, but I have forgotten so much because I don't have anybody to practice with.
Where do you see that?
Nanta.
That's what? That's a typo. It has to be a typo.
A typo when it's handwritten.
Yes. I don't make typos.
I thought maybe it was for both.
That's confusing.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Well, out of all these, we would pick the one that's the exact same.
Only as you and your. It's just the way the world works with languages that are almost dead.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help you because I'm already halfway off the sea here.
I don't know. It just makes me jealous because my memory sucks, and I struggle to learn new things, and I struggle to like remember the things that I've learned because I just forget them. If I'm not actively using them all the time, I just forget.
That's why,
And-
even though it's weird, you have to use it with English in your day-to-day life. Like when I say water, I say I want.
What is it?
No.
Are you embarrassed now?
You
Yeah.
show your jewelry, but you won't say your language. Speak
Yes.
your language.
See.
Sí, señor. ¿Qué queremos?
That hurt my self-esteem.
I don't know. Jordan says that he's not fluent in German, that he's more on the level of proficient. But I mean, like, he really likes listening to German music, and he has this artist that he really likes. I can't remember her name right now, but he like will sit there. Sometimes he's just like he'll just be in the mood, and to like he'll put on his favorite song by her and listen to it, and he will like translate it to me as he's listening to it. And he does that with a lot of stuff in German. So, like, how do you say that you're not fluent when you can translate all this stuff for me without seeing it written down, without looking it up? You just know what they're saying. Like,
Yeah, because if you're just proficient in it, you're not gonna know all of that.
yeah, you're going to have to look up some words.
Yeah, I mean, I speak it better and I write it in Spanish, but like that was almost my eyeball. Good thing I got.
Nice.
See that shit? Don't fall.
Just like your green screen.
Don't kill yourself. That's my job.
So, I've actually been getting on Facebook how it does the blank years ago today, like memory thing. I've been getting a bunch of Arabic stuff up on there because 6 years ago around this time was when I started language school. So like I've been getting a ton of like pictures of like my notes and stuff that I posted, and like it's just bringing back memories.
What? That's the first one I ever wrote.
Oh no, I just saw Nanta.
Yeah. What?
My handwriting when I first started language school, my Arabic handwriting was so bad. It was terrible.
With Arabic, do you write right to left?
Yes.
How hard is that to do? Like seriously.
It's hard to adjust if you're right-handed.
I mean, I write up, so I already write weird. So
It is hard to adjust to at first, but once you do it for like a few days, it actually gets a lot easier.
So you write the letters backward? The words backward?
No. Here, I'll show you. Okay, so Arabic is written. I'm going to write.
I write words.
Like you write normal, it's like this. So that's Arabic. You read it from this side to this side. It says Ahlan wa sahlan. It means hello and welcome.
I'm not
See,
judging.
if
I
you
could
write
never
that
do
in English, what does it look like? Does it look like HELLO, like you would spell it out this way?
Like transliterate, meaning like you would write what
Yeah,
the word
like would your first letter on that line would be an O or would it be an H?
It would be an A. So this is the English.
Yes,
This is what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like in English.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying if you were to translate, give me that. Like, okay. Shut up.
I'm sorry that you didn't birth me with a zipper on my mouth.
Too bad. They really need to come up with that. We broke the meadow.
Oh.
I'm sorry you didn't birth me with a zipper on my mouth. Just as fast. Are you okay, Amber?
Are you having fevers with them fits?
I feel like I'm the one that's been drinking. Don't burp and swallow at the same time. So, like, which way would that be in English? There we go.
No, the letters are not written backwards. They're written how they like. I can't.
That's what we can't comprehend. How it's not written backwards, but it's written the way it's supposed to be written.
Because
it's just right to left. They're not backwards. It's just
like,
written
okay,
right to left.
so like this is how an English person writes. That's your right. That's your left to right, and then that's your right to left.
Yeah.
So you're
Okay.
saying it's like that.
Uh-huh.
And then I didn't know exactly how you meant it, so I wrote it that way.
Yeah. Okay. So,
So,
in terms of like word structure,
Yeah.
the second line where it says where it's written, the words are written from
Oh, okay.
left. That's how it is.
Okay.
So this word,
That's what we were trying to figure out.
this word right here means hello. This one right here means and this one means welcome. So it's from right to left. It means hello and welcome.
I would mess up so much. I would write hello, and then I would write the next word beside
See,
it.
the few Yemeni words I know how to write, like I never learned exactly like which way to write it on the page. I just knew the words. I knew enough to get me in trouble when I was speaking it, like I do a lot of languages.
And another thing, if you like you complain about like chicken scratch in English handwriting, like doctors have terrible handwriting. Authentic Arabic handwriting is basically impossible to read.
Yeah,
Like
I learned that.
My God. Like, because my teachers in language school, they're all native speakers, and they try to talk in as very little English as possible in the classroom because they want you to like absorb as much of the language as you can. And they read all your papers in Arabic and they write, and you're like, what the fuck does this even say? Like, they're correcting something here, but I don't know what it says. Like,
You want to switch places?
Yes.
So then you always have to go take your homework back to your teacher and be like, can you please kill the heater? Because I cannot read this.
Don't kill my heater. I want my heater.
And I want my leg back. Thank you.
One thing about Arabic too that like fascinates me is like, okay, so this phrase right here, that's what it looks like when it's all written together. But the letters individually all look different than this.
You look like you're holding onto a raft.
Because I am.
What, you can't do half butt cheek like I did?
No. I've been doing half butt cheek.
Okay, so that's here. I'm gonna write the phrase underneath it.
So unbalanced over here. How do you sit?
On 2 pillows with my legs underneath me.
So here's the phrase, and here's what the letters look like by themselves without being written in a phrase.
Yeah, I was trying to teach myself Arabic. I do know a little bit of the letters and how they're pronounced, but I couldn't put a sentence together for letters.
Well, maybe my upcoming Arabic lesson videos will help you.
Yeah, because I was trying to learn Arabic so I would at least understand the family of my best friend when they would call.
Well,
I mean, they speak English, but like
it's always fun.
I wanted to, well, no, because I wanted to talk to Suria's mom in her native tongue, but I never learned enough in time. So.
Here, I will teach you a good phrase that you can ask an Arabic person.
Would you remember Apeja?
Yeah.
Or-
Excuse you.
Or you could do taco.
No, it's too close to the towel.
Okay. This means how are you? Kaif. Kaif, it's this is a K, this is a E sound, this is an F. So Kaif. Alhalk. Alhalic. Kaif alhalic. This means how, this means the happening, and this means you. So this is how is the happenings with you?
Yeah, it's Kepahalak, and then it says,
I feel like whenever someone's speaking Arabic, they're cussing at me.
it almost sounds like you're saying it backwards when they say, I'm fine, how are you? It's, God, 3 years without my best friend, and I'm losing it. It's Kepahalak Alfakad? No.
I don't remember. I learned specific phrases of like if somebody says how are you and you're trying to say like I'm fine, how are you? And it's like I can't remember now. It's written down somewhere though.
That was like the first thing my best friend taught me.
Here's
All the guys would come in and be like, Kepahalak.
What country was your friend's family from?
Syria.
Well, they were refugees from Syria, but they spoke Yemeni. They were from the Yemeni region.
I specifically learned Egyptian Arabic, which is like the slangiest slang Arabic you can possibly learn. Like, example, Kayf al-Halik is how you say how are you in modern standard Arabic, which is like the standard across all Arabic-speaking countries. Egyptian says Izayik. They have a different word for how, which is Izay, and you cut out the how is the happenings for you, and you just say how you. How are you? How are you? Izayik.
I'm gonna look it up because now I'm
We
curious.
literally have so many N words and so many M words. We don't have any K words. Otherwise, I would pick the last one for Y, but I want to have like, I don't know, I just don't want them all to be N words. That sounds bad, but I'm not talking about that.
No, I don't want to know about ACTs. Stop it. Common answer for K-Fog. Why does it keep bringing me to ACTs?
I don't want to take my SATs, but here we are.
Okay. There's one I have it written down. The one I used the most as an example was the how do you say where are you from in modern standard versus where are you from in Egyptian, because when you say where are you from in modern standard in MSA it's like 4 words. But when you say it in Egyptian, they take those 4 words and they smush it into one word that's 1 syllable long. Like, that's how slangy it is.
I think Arabic is beautiful.
Me too.
Sometimes.
Whenever someone says it to me, I just feel like they're either mad at me or they're cussing at me. Which they probably are. But
I get a lot of people when I say I speak Arabic, and a lot of people are like, that's such an angry language. Like, it's really not. It's really not.
Well, it's not.
It's because, like, with Chinese and Japanese, it just, like, has that forceful sound.
It has that, not really that forceful sound, it just has that emphasis on certain words that makes you feel like when you see
that F really fast, too.
Like, when you see the F word, you're not like, F word, you're like, F word, usually, sometimes. It's just more emphasis on certain words.
Are you trying to figure out how to respond to Kafik? Kafil Kafik?
I'm trying to figure out which one I was taught. But I don't see it.
I did all this.
They've got I'm fine and I'm okay. But I want to say that he taught me I am good. I don't remember.
I don't understand people who can speak like 20 languages.
Jordan wants to be fluent in 10 languages by the time he's 50.
I'm trying to be bilingual and it's very hard.
Well, I feel like you're also learning a difficult language to learn, since it is not a widely spoken one.
Well, when
Yeah.
most of it's lost, it is a little bit harder to learn.
Yeah.
It's not lost. There is a dictionary for it.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
there
not
are
spoken around you anymore.
there are so many different words. So many different words you can say for one word. If you don't memorize them all, and someone says a different word that you actually
But you
come
still
across
can understand most of it. It's like with Spanish. You may not understand every word or every tense of the word, but you get the general idea.
You can puzzle piece it together.
Yeah.
So do you want to have more K words? Since they're all
I already
N-words?
told you when we get the house, we'll label everything, make it a little bit easier.
I'm not waiting.
I'm kind of bummed because I took all of my Arabic stuff upstairs and it's in my closet, and Jordan's sleeping, so I can't go grab any of it. But I did make something for my Arabic lessons that I'm going to be doing. Let me.
Okay, I love you, but I really want to get this done so I can send it to the narrator. So can you get the fuck out of my chair?
Mm-hmm. But I'm not a seal.
I didn't say fuck. I said fuck.
I'm gonna send you that TikTok.
Yaza, you know some Arabic. Does this look familiar to you?
Have your pen back.
I don't know if this is just a learning Arabic thing, but this is called a measures chart. This is why Arabic is so difficult. So this is a chart that I made that shows you how to conjugate verbs for telling to do something, telling someone else to do something with someone, or to do something over a long period of time, to facilitate the action of doing something, to receive the action of doing something, to participate with others in doing something. Passive. These are passive verbs. To receive an action of. Oh, sorry. This is to receive an action of. Measure 2. So this one is to receive the action of making somebody else do something. This one is to receive the action of someone doing something. This one is the color or defect of an action. And this one is to seek or to consider as a being in a certain way of an action. So, like,
Let my cat in the house.
It's really complicated and convoluted and confusing. So there's literally 4 different ways to do a verb, and it all makes no sense.
Where'd you take my notebook? What did you say?
I said I will find your damn AirPods. Hang on.
All right, let's do a sprint because we've been talking for a while.
What's on my bed the other?
Yeah, I should be able to finish the book this sprint if it doesn't take forever to find her freaking AirPods.
Sure.
I'd say thank you for staying up with me, but you'd be up either way. So. And she found them.
Probably. I'd be watching TV.
Look at that! You give up looking for
sweet.
find them. She gives up and she finds them. Imagine that.
That's like when you give up trying to have kids and then you suddenly get pregnant.
I know, right? It means I never need to give up trying. I don't want another one. I don't feel like that. I don't feel like that. I do need more coffee though.
All right, well, let's sprint and you can go get more coffee and we can do some more work. Do we have people that are still here ready to do work?
Here? Yes. Work? Who knows?
Okay, Yaza can't read Arabic very well, but speaks it fluently.
So, quick question, since you don't have the paid monthly thing, are we going to get kicked off at 8 hours?
I don't know. Is that a thing?
I don't remember.
I mean, I don't know. If we get kicked off, then we get kicked off.
I don't remember because I didn't have it not StreamYarded for.
I had the premium StreamYard for a little while, but I didn't have the money to pay for it this month, so I don't have it this month.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
This local access message
Oh,
is brought to you by Uber
Great,
Eats.
never mind.
Hey, it's Wayne's World. I'll take that commercial.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Coffee on.
Okay, so I just saw this come through. Side note, I feel like there's a weird misconception with Arabic sounding harsh, but if you were to listen to two normal people speak to each other, there's no super accentuated sound.
I don't know. I've heard that before.
IDK where that came from, but sure, we can be a little loud, but I don't know if people have actually heard people just converse in Arabic. I think they'd find it kind of find it calming. I think Arabic sounds calming in normal conversation. I think the reason why a lot of people think it's harsh is portrayal in media, for one, because a lot of the time in like movies and stuff, when you have two Arabic people talking to each other, they're more yelling and it's lots of like, and they're talking really fast and it's like, eh. But just normal conversation, it's really nice.
I will say, and granted, the Yemeni culture is not like the traditional Arabic or whatever that they like to portray in movies, but I will say I have found that the women's voice talking, having conversations, are very soothing. But the men, it just depends on their age. Like the younger generations, it's perfectly soothing. With older men, I swear to God, that does come in.
Right.
But
And
I also say that with Greek. There are a lot of older Greek men that do that too.
another point that I think a lot of people think it's harsh, and I hate that it's a thing, but I think a lot of people associate Arabic with terrorism, and that association just kind of makes people feel like it's more harsher than it is. Like,
I feel like fear drives a lot of cultural negatives and thoughts on things, which doesn't make it right by any means, but I feel like that's what it does. So I definitely agree with that. But
so I also took lessons in Russian, and when I told people that I wanted to learn Russian / I was learning Russian, that was another one too. Russian is such a harsh, angry language. It's really not.
It's not harsh, but it is hard to learn.
It's hard to learn for sure, but it's not a harsh, angry language. People just think it is because Russian, like all the stereotypes associated with like big, like gruff dudes and like communism because of the USSR and all that kind of stuff, and those kind of things make people like associate the language with being really harsh and angry. It's not. The only language that I will say, having heard lots of people speak it, especially Jordan speaking a lot, that I think sounds really harsh and angry is German.
German, and depending on which old Mandarin or new Mandarin can sound harsh.
Yeah.
Because I was wanting, like, when I worked at the Chinese restaurant, the waiter spoke Mandarin instead of Korean, which is what the owner spoke. They spoke Korean and Chinese, and it was just weird hearing them talk because they always argued. So like I couldn't go based off them. If they weren't talking in English, they were arguing.
Mm-hmm.
So like I couldn't go off them. But then he would talk, and if he was really animated, it like really excited about something, it did sound really harsh. But like if he was just bored and tired, it was actually a really pretty language. And the art, it's their words are kind of a cross between the ancient Chinese like hieroglyph type drawings and the Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a pretty, like, you know, like I don't remember which one it is because I don't look at it enough, but like one's more boxy and one's more like curvy between Japanese and Chinese. It's kind of a mix between that because like one letter will be like really harsh and then the next one just kind of flows over it.
Right.
Really pretty.
Arabic, so when I went into language school, it was kind of a up in the air of whether they would let you choose your language or not. So what they had us do was they gave us a list and they said list the languages that you want to learn from your top 5 from most wanting to down. And my top one was Russian because I already had been learning some of it. So I was like, oh, it'll be way easier to, do a language I've already learned some of. Next was Arabic because I thought it was cool. I wanted to learn it. And then I don't remember the other three that I put. They were just kind of like, those were the top two that I wanted. And they put me in a pilot course for Egyptian because it was brand new to the language school and they needed people to test it out on. Like, it was not a good course. 90% of students failed it because it was not well written, well constructed at all. But I mean, they got to try it out on someone.
This is true.
But yeah, so I'm really glad. I'm really glad for the experience and for being able to learn it because it's just cool. And sometimes, like, even though I've forgotten a lot of it, I still watch. There's this sitcom, this Egyptian sitcom that I love. It's called Nili Washirihan. It's about these two girls that find out they're sisters, and one of them is like this. So the dad is like this rich tycoon guy, and he's got his daughter who's like super pampered, wealthy girl, and then his other daughter that he didn't know about, and her mom were really poor in a really poor neighborhood, and they meet and they find out they're related to each other, and like they go on this big adventure thing together. And I still watch it sometimes, and I still like it still has new episodes that come out, and they post them on all the episodes on YouTube. And even though I can't always understand everything they're saying, they're really like emotional. Like a lot of their body language really tells you what's going on. Like you can understand by like their tone, their body language, their emotions on their face. Like you can figure it out based on all that context too. So I don't know, I still can. It's really cool that even though I've forgotten so much, I can still watch it and know what's going on and know what's happening.
Do you mind if I, just for shits and giggles, because this is already fucked up once, if I email you a copy of this finished?
You're good. Go for it.
Just because it has fucked up, I don't want to even chance it.
Save it on Google Docs too.
Well, when I put stuff on Google Docs, it like fucks the formatting up.
Well, even if it fucks up the formatting, you can at least have the actual thing saved.
That's true.
Just for, because even if you have to reformat it, that's better than having to go through the whole thing again.
This is very true. Very true. Google Senhala script.
Okay, let's do it.
You do that while I send you this email.
Ooh, that is kind of cool looking. Not gonna lie, a lot of the letters look like butts. Here, I'm gonna share the screen so you can see what.
The second you said that, I know exactly what language it is. This is true.
It look like butts.
Because I never understood how that could be an actual language. There's a lot of them I don't understand how it could be an actual language.
Like that looks like a butt, and that looks like a butt, and that looks like a butt, and that looks like a butt.
I don't see your mouth.
And that. They look like butts.
Some of them look like animals.
Yeah.
It is pretty though.
Why? Why must you? This is what I wanted. Yeah, well, look, butt.
Like Ka and the KHA looks like a ladybug.
But.
The GHA looks like a mad frog. Or two snakes kissing. The VA looks like a weird moon.
This one looks like an upside down butt.
It looks like a heart.
It looks like an upside down butt.
The law looks like a leaf curled up on itself.
I bet this would look really pretty written out, though. Ah, why?
The O looks like a pot with something in it.
Oh, yeah, kind of. And this one is the pot with a handle on it.
Yeah. So what is that supposed to say?
I have no idea. It's pretty, though.
That almost looks like you're putting like letters on top of each other.
This kind of looks like music notes.
It does kind of. Like music notes and hieroglyphs put together.
No, why? Okay, I'm done with that now.
I was gonna say you should type in your name in that language and see, like, in that script and see what it says. What it looks like.
Okay, all right, let's do it. Let me get. Let me see here. Is this? It is. Okay. Share screen. Share screen.
That actually looks really cool. Tanabim?
Tanabi.
Tanabim.
Tanabim.
Tanabim is how it says it on the thing.
Tanabing, talabing, talaboom, talabing.
Oops, I can't write
That's
things.
hard. How does it go? Talabing, talabing, talabing. Where is that from?
Here's your name.
Oh my god. I look like I got a fish fin on my name.
Ambu.
And it's pronounced Embu.
Do it again?
Ambu.
Embu. It's pronounced the same.
Emba.
Oh, I should share the audio and then you guys can hear it.
Because I wondered if I could hear it, if they could hear it. I don't know how that works.
Ambu.
Okay. It's longer than it is in English.
Ui. Ui.
Nui?
Ui.
I think there's an L at the end, but it's very soft.
Ui.
Nui.
Duyaza.
Stop moving.
Passa. Passa.
Yaza, you're a whole bunch of butts. or butts with boobs. I mean, a butt, a boob with a flag, a boob, and an ear.
Just like with zero context. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of butts.
It's okay. So seriously, it was like a guy, a girl with a flag, a girl, and like a C. like a bumper they're all about to run into or something. Oh my god.
Please. Yaturu please.
Yatura Chaves.
Lots of those butt flag things. Oh my gosh, this part right here looks like a face.
Yeah, you got a I'm trying to figure out what I would call the first butt flag. Butt flag with a leaf? I don't know.
Okay.
Dude, I told y'all sleep deprived me is pretty fucking funny, dude. Filter goes bye-bye. See you later. You exist? Nope, not tonight.
Those aren't butts, those are bunnies.
You got a lot of plot bunnies in your butt name then.
It's so hard to type with my freaking fingernails.
You got
Oh, look at that. Look at that. His butt flags go up and up and up.
Goodness gracious.
Look, he's next to the last letter, he's got a half a butt. And he lost the flag. Where the hell did the flag go?
He's got a flag in his apple right here.
It looks like a corn stalk that's like wilted
Without
without the flag on it.
A little bit.
Okay, speaking of corn. So when I go do physical therapy, they put me in this little I'm not even gonna try to say what the fuck they call it. It's like I don't even know. But it feels like sand, but it's not heavy. And like they put air under it and it just like tosses it around and shit and it warms it up. And I always wanted to, but they were too busy, and so I asked the lady today because they weren't busy. I was like, "What is that in there? Like, it's not heavy at all. What is it?" And yeah,
I just keep laughing about Yazzie, you're a bunch of butts.
and I was like, "What is that? Like, it's not heavy." And she goes, "It's corn." I was like, "You telling me I moved from Nebraska to Washington, and I still can't escape the fucking corn husks?" Oh God. I hope y'all take this all with like love. I don't ever say anything and mean anything mean by it. I swear to God. I'm not held responsible for sleep deprived me. Sorry. Hey, but I got an entire book last time, edited, re-edited, whatever you want to call it, in 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 hours.
I've only been training for 7.5.
Yeah, but I started at 6:30.
Oh. Ouch, I hurt myself.
Well, no, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. I started at 7. We didn't start till 7:30. That's what it was. So I knew it started 30 minutes before. Okay, so now I can resend this to the narrator and send it to Sako and ask her how she wants her money. Right now would probably be a really bad time to tell my realtor that she needs to fucking get the information for me. Or I'm gonna fire her ass.
Get the goddamn information, you freaking bitch!
Literally, she is the only thing holding me up from buying one of 2 properties.
I finished watching Heartland and now I'm floundering.
All she has to do is call the other realtor and make them call the neighbors, or do a little bit of research and find out what the hell a tax exemption means when you buy land.
Mm-hmm.
It took me 10 minutes and I found out what it was. I just don't know what it means when I buy land.
Okay, should we do another sprint or what?
Sure. Because I gotta go into ACX and find out what this guy's email is now.
Share screen, Chrome tab, timer.
Glad you didn't. Because it wasn't you I said it to, but at least you get it.
Yazzie, you're a bunch of butts. Just.
Oh my God! If I ever live that down now.
Never. Will never happen.
Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll turn out something great, like Devin turning into Tugwaddle's book.
Yazzie, I swear, the next stream that you go to, you have to change your name to Yazzie, in parentheses, you're a bunch of butts.
Bunch of butts, Yazza.
And then everybody's gonna be like, what the fuck?
Honey bunches of oats on the wall, honey bunches of oats.
And the few of us that are here right now, we'll know what it means.
Right? It's like the paper clip that's taped to the wall at work that says the chosen one on it. I tell every temp, do not take that down. I know it looks stupid, but it makes me laugh. Don't take it down. What's the story behind it? None of your damn business. Just don't take it down. The whole 3-day argument with my best friend about that damn paperclip.
I don't have a lot of inside jokes. Oh my gosh, I got a new email from author Amber S. Craft.
Put that somewhere safe since I apparently don't know how.
Hey Amber,
Hmm.
it's a bunch of squares.
You better be fucking playing.
I am, I'm sorry. That was a mean joke, I'm sorry.
I don't like you no more.
I'm sorry.
Dude, I literally just like had a mini heart attack.
That was a mean joke, I'm sorry.
Thank God I hadn't hit send. I had just hit attach to the document. Like you said that right as it went. I was supposed to freak the fuck out because I actually saved it to my desktop and then opened it to make sure it was okay. And then you said that, and I was just like, I'm fucked. I'm done. I breached contract. I'm done. Fuck it. I give up.
I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you first time I see you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I'm not mad.
It would be funny.
I'd have done the same shit to you, so I'm not mad.
Okay, we're gonna do this sprint now. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Fucker.
Yeah, Zoe, you're my new favorite person. Did you see what he did? Look at the screen.
He's number one. Yeah, between that and the Ducks from Wednesday, you yourself. Every time I see you, I'm just gonna bust out laughing now because you are now 2 inside jokes worth of stuff right there.
And you did forget to turn off track changes, though. Just so you know. The one you sent me.
I did it like I. Mm.
Or maybe I still have to. I don't know. Who knows?
Make me go look again now that I fucking uploaded it. God damn it, Meadow!
I was looking at it on my phone, and it's got the changes on there. The track changes is on still.
Before I change that. Okay. It just means my fucking computer's an asshole. Because I haven't sent the email yet. Hi. Hang on.
You gonna pull an all-nighter?
Yes, I'm pulling an all-nighter. What do you expect? I just
Ring-a-ling-a-ding-a-ling-a-ring-a-ring-a-ring-a-ring.
I cannot believe I just found that.
Found what?
Or better yet, what I didn't find on the cover copyright page.
The ISBN.
It technically does not matter in ebooks, but I don't know if it has to actually be printed in the paperback, as long as it is in the Library of Congress and registered. I don't know if it has to be in the paperback or not, and I cannot find where it actually will say.
Well, let's take a gander on the Googles. Does the ISBN have to be printed in the book?
According to the Roberts Group editorial and design, book titles should be registered with books in print. There are more than 160 ISBN agencies
That's
worldwide.
not what I asked.
Exactly. I can't find where it actually says or doesn't say if it has to be in the book.
Okay, frequently asked questions from ISBN.org. It says an ISBN is printed on the lower portion of the back cover of a book above the barcode and on the copyright page.
But does it have to be? That's where it generally is, but does it have to be?
Does the ISBN have to be printed on the copyright page of a book?
According to BookBaby blog, if you plan to sell your book in stores or online, you will need an ISBN, and you should include it in your copyright page.
Can you hear that? It says you should include it on your copyright page.
Fucking A. Sucko's asleep. Nobody asked you, boy. He's like, you should be asleep. Why are you not asleep, Mom?
Copyright page, ISBN numbers from isbn.us.com.
I mean, I have it, like, assigned.
It says copyright page formatting should be copyright notice, ISBN, and then, the rest of the stuff that goes on there.
I have copyright 2021 by Amber S. Craft. Already reserved, blah, 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 blah. I have that.
And then the ISBN should be after that.
It was when I gave it to her.
It says copyright notice, ISBN, rights and permissions, disclaimer, design, production, editing, illustration credits, country of printing and source, edition information, publisher's address and website, trademark notices, author website, environmental notices.
Okay. I literally have all of that but the ISBN number. I don't know what happened. It was on it.
And it says a simple copyright notice would be copyright symbol, year, name, or copyright 2020 name. And then after that, it should have the ISBN number listed, and then it'll say all rights reserved,
okay,
blah, 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 blah. And then the disclaimer, this is a work of fiction, blah, blah, blah. And then the credits to the editors, photographers, and illustrators. Although credits are normally provided in a separate acknowledgement section, some publishers include, so that doesn't have to be included, but some publishers do include it, the credit things. Country in which the book was printed, edition information, and the publisher's address, trademark, author website, etc. Yeah, so an example page that it shows, it says copyright, year, name, then the ISBN. Then all rights reserved, blah, blah, blah. So it should be between the copyright with your name and year and the all rights reserved part.
I know every book I've ever read had it, but I know older, there didn't used to be a such thing as ISBN. So, I wasn't sure if it was, in the law now that it had to be on there, because I know it prints with the barcode. Even Amazon prints with the barcode. If you have it assigned, Bowker assigned, then they will print your ISBN versus an Amazon ISBN that has them both above the barcode. I know that for my first book. But for whatever reason, when she formatted it, somehow it did not end up on the book. So I will, when I send her book one, I will tell her that's not on book 2. should be a quick, simple fix.
Right.
She probably took it off because she was formatting the ebook,
Right.
but I just saw that.
Well, I've never published before, so that is something I did not know until now, so that's something I know for the future.
I just didn't know if like you'd come across it during your editing or anything.
No, like, if I was doing formatting, then sure, but when I'm editing, I'm only looking at the actual story and not any of, like, the acknowledgments and that kind of stuff.
Makes sense.
But then again, now that I know that, I can answer clients if they ask me in the future. I can be like, yeah, here's the information.
Well, we've gone past 8 hours and you're still says you're live, so. Just noticed that.
I feel like I should go to sleep, but I'm not tired.
Well, I'm officially done with my book, so you can if you want.
Also, I've been drinking copious amounts of alcohol, and I'm not drunk.
Because you're not drinking fast.
I took like 2 shots in a row, right during that, right before that sprint. So it should be like hitting me by now, and it's not. Like I'm still just like that same level of slightly tipsy.
I need to save this without that before I send this. Save.
Right? No reason to take it off for the ebook version. It's not like it's unknown for the ISBN of the print version to be in the ebook version. Do the ebook and the print version have to have different ISBN?
Depends on where you publish. For Amazon, you do not need an ISBN for an ebook, but because I'm going wide with it, I had to. Plus, it's better if your work were to get ripped off if you have an ISBN, because they can always say there's no legal form of an ebook versus paperback. It's also why I do paperback and ebook. Even if the paperback never sells, ever, a single copy, there's a double proof that it is mine.
Right. Well,
yeah, because if you use an ASN, then Amazon technically owns your stuff. So it's kind of a loophole they have.
I just yawned quite largely. I guess I should go to sleep. I don't know. I'll probably just end up sleeping on the couch. Your imagination. Tomorrow you'll be everybody's fascination.
Okay, so I'm just gonna email her unknown love and then message her about that. That way it goes straight to her phone.
Klondike Donuts. Boston.
I'll have to go. That means I gotta go to Bowker and get the fucker. Can't tell her it has to be in there if I don't have the
Oh my
$5.
gosh. I just noticed this. It says on one side of the package it says what would you do for a Klondike? And then on the other side, this one says grow a mullet. I'm sure they're all different too. It's like the jokes on Laffy Taffies.
Or Bazooka. Everybody always hated that gum. I actually liked it. I love Bazooka gum.
Who is here in the chat that wants to do another sprint?
Well, if they were here, then that means they're not here. Just saying. I think it's just us and Key. Because everybody else is... Let's see. You can text Jay, see if he's awake.
I feel like this section right here is like, and what I'm writing on the sticky notes feels forced, but what I'm imagining in my head does not.
I can't find my phone. I can text Jace.
I feel like the alcohol might be starting to kick in a little bit.
So does that mean you're going to bed, or does that mean you're gonna?
No. What's the point of getting drunk if you can't enjoy it?
Okay. Just saying. Just because I won't text him if you're fisting to knock off on me.
No, I think I'll be good for a little bit.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think about this plotting thing and how to make it work for what I want. Oh, yes, it is still here. Sweet.
See, we tend to make everybody fall asleep. He never sleeps like us. Yazzie, you're on the other side of the world. So.
Devin, it's like 6 in the morning for Devin.
Yeah.
Almost 7.
I almost expect Key to be here and not, or Yazzie to be here and not Key, because what time is it for you, Key? Aren't you here?
She lives near you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, duh. Fuck.
For us.
Tired.
It's almost 4 a.m.
Jesus Christ, you live in Puyallup. Duh.
It's almost 4 a.m. in our time zone.
I don't know why I'm. Never. Excuse me, Key. Sorry. I'm hitting that level. I just thought I was gonna start the weekend without another motherfucking issue. I love how I just did that when everybody just went to sleep.
Yazza says it's nearly 8 p.m. there.
Okay.
And Clee, even though we already know, it's 3:45 now.
Sorry, Key. Blonde moment.
Blonde moment.
That's what I just call it when I can't remember shit anymore. What the? Why is my music starting? I'm okay with it. I'm okay with my music starting. That's what I've been listening to. We all see me dancing while I'm editing, like reading. It's Omnimar's the shit.
Okay.
Videos are hot.
Let's do another sprint, and then we'll see how I feel after that.
Okay.
Cool beans.
He's gonna fall asleep on us.
It's okay. It's late / early.
We love you anyway. First off, thank you, all three of you. Even though I know it's for during the day for you guys, thank you for staying with me through my midnight crisis.
I don't think it would be a midlife crisis because you're still really young. If it's a midlife crisis and you're dying at 60 something.
Honey, I have a heart condition. I could keel over tomorrow.
Don't make me think about that.
Just being honest, bitch.
When I was talking to Jordan, when we were on vacation at his mom's house, and we were talking about getting our concealed carry, and I was talking about why I wanted to get mine, and it's because of sex trafficking in the area and stuff makes me really nervous. And I laid out a very detailed You know, I could very easily be incapacitated and they could take Noelle or they could take both of us and like all that kind of stuff. And Jordan just was like quiet for a minute, staring at me. He's like, thanks, Meadow. Now you're never allowed to go grocery shopping again. Like,
Yeah. It's like Kira doesn't realize when she's like freaking out because she doesn't want to go out at night that like I'm just as worried about her. Thanks a lot.
right.
Like you make me want to throw the dog out the door just to keep you safe. Like thanks.
Okay, let's do the sprinty sprint action.
All right.
3.
Are you gonna be on Jace's stream tomorrow?
Probably, because I have to be up anyways to take care of my Munchkin.
Mm-hmm.
So, I
You
mean,
said something about going to your grandma's, so I didn't know if like you were.
I gotta call her and see if she's feeling up to visitors because she's been ill. She had a really bad fall and hurt her spine really bad, and hasn't really been able to sleep because she isn't allowed to lay down. So she just hasn't been up for visitors. So I gotta call her and see if she's feeling better before I go over there. And if she's not, then or like if I end up not being able to go over there, then I'll probably do it on Monday because I got stuff to do on Sunday.
Okay. I just thought I'd ask real quick while I was thinking.
Honestly, I'm probably not gonna end up going because I have stayed up so late. I'm gonna be too tired to drive. And it is a 45-minute drive, and as I said earlier on in the stream, driving really relaxes me, and I would likely fall asleep whilst driving if I'm tired enough. So
Yeah.
So yeah. All right, let's do the sprinty thing. 3, 2, 1.
Go.
My brain is starting to not function anymore.
You can't leave me. It's not safe.
I'm just like, I don't know. I want to work on this, but like, it's taking me forever to write my sticky notes now.
Come on, I'll help you work through it now that you've helped me work through my fucking midnight crisis.
Okay. So, I know what this one is. During the visit.
Did Kira give you any good ideas for the horse part?
Yes.
It's one thing that kid knows. It's horses and rodeos. Hello, Eva. We didn't plan on doing 8 hours. We just, I had a midnight midlife crisis for book 1. And this lovely lady and these lovely people in the comments stayed with me till I got it done all in one fucking night. And it was amazing. And they're amazing. And yeah.
I need to redo the purple in my hair.
By the way, since Eva's here, I believe you did say you wanted book 2, not edition 2 of book 1, but I don't remember what format and I can't find it. So, which book and what version, just so I write it down again for this week. Because I cleaned, and that means I lost everything. I don't know how to do it. I mean, I remember everybody that had a book. I just don't remember, like, what the hell I did with it.
I'll pay for book 2. No, thank you.
Fine.
She likes to support
I
authors.
know. That just means you get book 1 sent to you 2 for free. Book 1 sent to you for that. Yeah, that. Jesus Christ. Man, by the time I get to Jace's stream, it's gonna be hella fucking funny. How can I say hella fucking funny, but I can't say you get book 1 for free? 2. Edition 2 of book 1. That's what I was trying to say. Fine. I will put book 1. Thank you. I love you for that. I'm acting like I'm mad, but I'm not. So for your free book 1 that you are going to get for a gift for being even more lovely than anybody deserves to be to me, swear to God, you and Key are like going up there. Do you want another paperback, or would you rather this one in ebook? Because I don't think I can give the Audible away for free. I don't know how that works. Eva, you're too nice. It's not that I feel an obligation. That was part of, like, the promotion, I guess I was running, you could say. Even though you bought it before that.
That if you had already purchased book 1, you get book 2 for free? Or a second edition of book 1?
Yep. But you know what? I will give it as a giveaway and in your name. How's that sound? I appreciate that. I really, really do.
Oh, my freaking knees.
Since I was able to actually get that to him tonight now, this morning, whatever. If Sako can get the formatting done by mid-March, which she should be able to now that we figured out the issues from book 2, then, like, if book 2 could come out February 9th, and then book 1 could come out it technically won't be like a new release. I'll just have to change everything. But that can come out like mid-March. Then beginning of April, the audiobook can come out. And that'll set me up nicely for being able to then focus on moving.
Oh.
Yeah. This is true. Tell you what, if you stop by Eva on launch day, we'll do a pick a number 1 through 10 type thing. And I'll have everybody's names written down. And we'll, that way you can pick who your free book goes to. You can do that. Looks at unfinished drafts. Yeah, no. Exciting? No, because it's 3 days to launch day, and I just found out that the ISBN for the paperback is not on there, which is a simple fix. I know she can just type those numbers in and re-export it, but I really I don't know if anybody'd buy it. And I said I wasn't going to say this, Meadow, but I'm saying it because there's, 3 people on here? And nobody really watches replays, I'm not going to lie, when they're this long. I don't know if anybody'd buy it, but even if it's just for my friends and I'll give it away for free, I might end up writing that book about what not to do.
Right.
I don't know, I just think it'd help. Like, a no BS, here's all the mistakes I made, and here's how you would go about fixing them.
Right.
Here's how not to launch a book. Here's when you should have this stuff done by.
Well ahead of time.
That's just it. It's when you're doing it, you think you are well ahead of time. And it literally just takes one freaking thing. Like, I think I'm ready to go, and because I did this on book 1 and almost screwed up, I'd never wait until the day before or 72 hours before to hit submit for my paperback, because it says it can take up to 72 hours to review and accept and go live. But I hit that button last week, and even though I accepted my launch previewer, it still like said it wasn't gonna accept it. Had I not done that a week beforehand, I wouldn't have had time to go to Alec and be like, hey, can you fix this?
Right.
So, yeah. Yeah, so. Even if no one would buy it, it's the best opening mindset for every piece written. Yeah, I always do a video about like lessons learned after a launch, because I feel like your first book, you're just kind of floundering and figuring it out, and people think you should know more about each book, and it's never the same.
Right. There's always new things that could go wrong in every scenario. Like,
yeah. And I know, like, there's people that have like this plan that's supposed to be like work for you and everything like that, but like, it's not so cut and dry. It's not, until you get it set for you and how best works for you. It's
right. My plan for when I publish, self-publishing wise, I want to have the book written, edited, formatted, like everything ready to go, like 6 months before my actual release date. Because then all the stuff that I have to worry about leading up to that is like marketing related, like, you know, getting the ISBNs if I need to, still getting it set up in like all the different places I'm going to publish it at, like all that kind of stuff. I don't want to be worried, doing the last minute worry of like, oh shit, I got to get the formatting done by next week before the book comes out. Like, I don't want to worry about that stuff. I want to get it. I just want to worry about the marketing stuff.
Yeah. Well, and that's one thing I can say this time I completely screwed up on, because, and it's nothing like against her. I thought when Sako said she'd do it, like she had previous experience doing it for someone. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. I don't know. I don't really know if I like missed that, or I don't know. But she's never done anything on KDP, and so I think InDesign worked for her book. But KDP does not like InDesign without going through apparently 6 hoops of like files. So I feel like that held us up because we were trying so hard to make that work, which is no fault of hers or mine. We didn't know. But it's just issues like that. Like, I did the formatting for mine before, and between me and Aphrodite, like, we kind of pieced it together, and this time I paid for that because I didn't have to pay twice as much for the cover, so I spent my money elsewhere. So yeah, it's just like things like that I learned that I guess that I didn't do a book 1 because I spent my money elsewhere and did other things.
Yeah. Same. I want to attempt rapid release with all the final drafts done before the first release, so pre-orders are up for ages. Yes, without the writing pressure, it's also kind of allowing me to shelf that marketing stress that I know is coming since it's so far away. Yeah, so, example, this project, I know for sure I'm going to self-publish, and it's going to be a series that's like standalone series of romance books where all the characters know each other or are related in some way, but they're each individual stories and you don't have to read the whole series. And I want to rapid release them, one every 3 months. I am not going to release the first book until the first 3 books are all completely finished, ready to go, edited, formatted, like all that stuff, completely done, ready to go. And then I can be working on editing the next book, because there's going to be at least 5, so I can be still editing the next book, but I want to have at least have the last 2 drafted before I publish these 2, the first one, because then I can rapid release and I'm not putting extreme amounts of pressure on myself, because then it'll be 9 months before I'll have 9 months to finish the 4th book before it needs to be published, and 3 months after that to finish the 5th book, etc. So
yeah, see, that sounds great, and why I didn't do that, I don't know.
I mean,
because I like jumping the motherfucking gun is why.
I think you were just excited to get your book out there and get people to read it.
It's because I don't allow myself realistic time for things.
Yeah. But now you've learned a bit more and you can take your time more with the next one.
Yeah. No, I just think like I had so much control with book 1 that like I didn't take into account. Once I took account COVID, I didn't take account other people work at different paces versus me. So where it took me a week to format, it took what, month and a half on shit.
Right.
That's what it is.
For me, another reason why
I need to figure and filter.
Another reason why I have to make sure that I have the first 3 books ready, completely finished before I can, because I know myself, I know my circumstances of how fast I will be able to actually work on a project. If I didn't have that many ready ahead of time, then I would not be able to stick to that schedule. And if I did stick to that schedule, they would not be of high quality. They wouldn't be of the quality that I would want to put out.
And the thing about it is, if you do a pre-order and you cancel it, although they're kind of waiving it for COVID for last year, but if you do a pre-order and you cancel it, you can't do a pre-order for any book for a year. For 2020, they said you just couldn't pre-order again do a pre-order for that book, but you could still do it. They're not penalizing people since so many people had to cancel their books because of COVID to take care of family. So,
Right.
yeah. So, yeah, no, I know me. I'm too damn hard on myself. And I think I'm making realistic goals, but I don't factor in my own injury and my kids' injury status.
Right. And for me, like, I have to worry about Noelle, so
Yeah.
realistically, it's not going to take me, you know, if I were to write out a schedule where if I didn't have Noelle, it'd be something realistically I can complete. It's not going to happen. So I have to plan for the fact that Noelle's going to disrupt everything.
Yeah. Well, and like that's the other thing. Like, I promised Kira that once this book was out, that, you know, other than like checking on the narrator and doing my writing sprints, that like I wouldn't seriously do anything for a month.
Right.
Because that gives me till her birthday, and the surprise I have for her.
Right.
So like, I don't want to start another book editing. I don't want to start editing book 3 and then like have to stop in the middle of it and forget what we were doing. I don't want to start writing anymore in book 4 because I want to work on like making sure my series Bible is tight, making sure my character Bible is tight, and all of that. So, you know, whereas I wanted to publish a book a year, COVID stopped that last year. So that took the pressure off of me of like, okay, I have to have a book out every year. Because that was, to me, that was 6 months of get it written, get it edited, get the cover, get it, you know, get it formatted, get it out.
Right.
That was 6 months to do all of that. And then, you know, 6 months to market it and be writing and working on the other one. And that's the pressure I put on myself. I know this. But it doesn't make it any less important or valid to me or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, in a way, COVID kind of forced me to accept that. But at the same time, because I had to accept that, my entire timetable got screwed.
Right.
And by the time I realized it was too late, I had already told people, and I'm not one to go back on my word. So.
Right. I think that you just really need to let yourself take your time with your next one and not put pressure on yourself to stick to a deadline right away.
Yeah. Well, it's like I said the other day, like, because I want to do more with the books and with the series than just books. I'm just going to spend from now until we move, like, focusing on the house, focusing on getting things set up for Texas, focus on just getting like a business plan figured out so that when we get there, like, and I can go ahead and be making jewelry and looking at vendors and things like that for when I get down there. So it won't be wasted time. It may not be book time, but it won't be wasted time.
Mm-hmm.
So.
My body is sore from being like in this spot for so long.
Well, nobody told you had to sit there the entire time.
Well, I wanted to sit here because this is where the TV is.
Like, quit bitching! Oh,
what
good.
jewelry do you make?
I make earrings. I haven't done it in a few years, so I'm practicing on my mom's earrings. But I use my native beadwork to, I make 2 different kinds. I have metal with beads in it, and then I have just metalworking beads, not beads, but metalworking earrings and charms and stuff like that. I can actually show you my latest plan anyway. I haven't done it yet, but
These fingers look so nice and elegant because of there's fingernails on them. And this one that's missing is just manly.
see, like I got simple stuff, like I got little charms to make earrings with. But then I've also got, like, that's just simple stuff. But then I got these on clearance for book 3. They're little, like, axes.
Eva has another question. Could you incorporate writing themes to them without losing the integrity of the vibe and the vibe of the art you love? If so, I'm down to be a teeny vendor.
Writing themes like what? Because that is kind of what I'm doing. I bought this because I want to try to make it out of metal. A little octopus.
Or
I couldn't think of how the tentacles are. So,
literature.
yeah. No, I've got like a crap ton of book related earrings. I'm gonna try to, like, I just bought like a couple pairs of stuff, and then I'm going to try to make them out of beads or leather, or I've got all kinds of ideas of stuff I used to do.
Thank you, yes. Meadow, manly, middle finger, Meadow. Yeah, I had man hands, which is why I have to put these nails on because I have a bad nail chewing habit, so I don't have fingernails without them. But this one keeps going off.
Like, I made this a couple years ago.
Ooh.
It's a little wraparound bracelet. And then back when I was into parachuting, this is not one I made, I bought, but I used to make like these kind of bracelets.
Paracord?
Yeah. But like you could actually, they weren't just like just bracelets, they were the survival ones that you could like take apart.
Yeah, you cut the end and they unravel, and then you have paracord to
Yep.
do survival stuff. Jordan has a whole bunch of stuff made out of paracord that his stepdad made for him. He has a belt and a bracelet and a key fob keychain thing and like a whole bunch of that stuff.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm making, I've got like the ear things that you put on your ear. I have those that I made out of metal before. Then I've got book related stuff that I'm making, and then book themed stuff. So like for Unknown Family, I'm gonna make some sea creatures for when she goes under, and some foresty stuff for while she's in the forest with the nymphs, and yeah, just like theme stuff like that, like fire, and yeah. So that's all part of my business plan that I want to do.
Eva has options to add merch to the website. Would love to add handcrafted items, but cannot add that to her own list realistically. Currently is just using Printify. There's options for me to ship things myself, or I could potentially hire a dropship option where someone else actually does the shipping. I've been looking into things for ages, but I'm hesitant to dive in because money invested means I gotta be more disciplined with socials to direct traffic and such.
Yeah. Yeah, I've kind of been looking into it too because I didn't want to do Etsy because I've heard some good but mostly bad things. And so I didn't know what other vendor, small business things were out there. I was just going to throw them onto my website and kind of put them like buy an accessory with a book, get it for a discount or something.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of do like Savvy and just like have it on the website, and if I have them made then they're there, and if I don't then they're sold out. But that's what we're going to spend this month doing before her birthday. Now that my hand is mostly better.
I'm glad that your hand is a lot better.
Yeah, I don't have that knot anymore. Even though I lost my brace Wednesday, I've been using it all week, and it's tight, but it doesn't hurt. So
Okay, so real quick, it's messy a little bit over there, or cluttered, I mean. But I was going to show you, this is the corner right there that I want to put my desk.
oh yeah, it's perfect size.
Yeah, it's pretty deep. It's got a bookshelf and Noelle's pack and play full of toys and blankets, and that's how deep it is. Those go all the way to from that wall all the way to the edge of the corner wall over there. So.
Oh yeah, that's perfect size.
I want to put a desk there, and then I can hang up my board thing on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's my plan. When we first moved in here, I had a folding table thing, like that you would have at like a potluck or something.
Yeah.
I had those there, but I didn't like it because it was just not comfortable to sit there, and I didn't particularly like staring at the wall. But I want to have an actual desk office space for myself, and that is just wasted space right now. And those bookshelves that are there, I'm actually going to move them to be my new TV stand, because my TV stand that I have is so low that Noelle has reached the TV and caused severe damage to it, and she won't be able to reach the TV on those because they're those cube shelves, and the bottom one is 3 tall, 4 wide, and the other one is 3 tall, 2 wide, and I'm going to set them side by side, and it'll be 3 tall.
Yeah, that'll work then. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then over here, Noelle has a bunch of toys over here, but it's really cluttered. But I'm going to replace that entertainment center with those shelves, and that bookshelf over there is going to that has all my board games, is going to be gone, and then I'm going to put everything on the cube shelf under the TV. And then that space will be open. And that pack and play is no longer going to be there to be a catch-all for all of the laundry, because the doors over there is my laundry. And when I don't have a basket, I tend to take the laundry out and throw it into the pack and play, and then it just sits there for like 6 months.
Like Kira does with her clothes. She throws them on her bed, so she has to do them. But then she's like tonight, I don't want to put them up. I just want to go to bed. Not my problem.
Yep, that's awesome. Flip the crib upside down for the surface. It's not a desk, but he plays under it. Yeah, Noelle doesn't use it anymore. She slept in it for a while before we got her crib, and then I brought it down here because when I would be doing house chores and working when she was still little and stuff, I would put her in there in front of the TV, and she would watch cartoons while I would like go cook dinner or whatever. But now she can climb out of it, so I don't use it anymore.
Yaza, the book release live stream, I gotta make it today. It's gonna be at 4 p.m. Eastern. So that's what? Midnight for you? Did I calculate that right?
If it was 7 a.m. and it was almost 7 a.m. Eastern and almost 8 p.m. for him. So 4 p.m. plus 12
and 4. So no, it'd be 4 a.m. No.
It'd be 13. It would be 4 p.m. plus 13 hours. Right? Right?
What time for us did he say it was? 8?
Oh, he said 4 a.m. So I guess it's only 12 hours difference?
Yeah, our 4 a.m. was his 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So it'd be 4 a.m. for him.
I'll be in the tantrumiest time of the day during the release. Def be around, probably highly distracted. We shall see.
I will say this: the release of the actual book, the ebook will go up either way, but the fate of the paperback relies on whether I get them in the mail before we go live.
Yeah.
Because I will not make them go live until I see them. And they are literally coming, because my dumbass didn't pay for a day extra shipping, they are literally coming the day of launch day. I did it from my phone and didn't pay attention to the fact that it didn't have a shipping early date.
Yes.
I'm just like fucking this release all up to hell, and I have no one to blame but myself. But
You got to do what you got to do, man.
yeah, but
you have had a lot of external stuff come at you all at once to delay it, and you've powered through to keep it on time. So, like,
I know we know that, but I just feel like it doesn't matter to the, like, we as in all of us, but like I know the general population isn't going to know that, so they don't care. But I definitely did not help myself having health issues in December, mentality wise, because there were days I would stare at the computer and not know what the fuck I was doing for hours.
Right.
That's how I screwed up my pre-release. Like, if I hadn't done like stupid stuff like pressing the wrong fucking button for my pre-release pre-order, like, I wouldn't have near as many problems. Yeah. Technically, yeah, that's right, Eva. I just don't ever remember which one's which.
Yeah, EST, Eastern Standard Time, EDT, Eastern. I don't think hardly anybody uses EDT. I see pretty much everybody uses EST.
Because it's just easy.
And Eva's an hour back. It's 6:40 a.m. for Eva. And all the way in the east, it's 7:40 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this project,
Eva and I will be on the same time zone when I get to Texas.
I want to finish this process by the end of the weekend.
Well, let's work on it right now.
I'm struggling because
I'm putting info on my new timers, so it ain't like I ain't working.
I'm struggling, but also I'm getting sleepy and I don't know how long I can stay awake.
Well, you do have a toddler getting up in how many hours?
She stayed up kind of late today, so like 6. And like 5.5. Why did I let myself stay up?
Because you're a good friend.
I know.
She's like, I know. Fucking I know.
I need to drink some water before I go to bed. Otherwise, I will probably have a headache when I wake up.
And cotton mouth because you drank vodka.
I drink a lot too. It's right here in the bottle, and it was right here when I started.
I don't like raspberry. You would not catch that shit going in my mouth.
It's blue raspberry.
That just makes it worse.
It's artificial flavored stuff. It's like engineered flavor for candy. It's an engineered flavor for candy. It's one of my favorite flavors.
So it's a freaking vaccine engineered to screw with your DNA that your mama gave you.
Are you an anti-vaxxer, Amber?
Normally, no, but this is the first vaccine we've ever had be made not from the actual virus, and it actually codes your most vital NT and DNA. So, considering what the vaccine for polio did, I think I'll wait till I have to take it.
I haven't heard anything about it altering DNA. The only thing I know about it is that instead of creating it with part of the virus in the vaccine, they created it with artificial proteins that mimic the proteins of COVID so that your body reacts to those artificial proteins and builds up the tolerance to if the actual protein came in contact with you, your body would already be able to fight it. But I haven't heard anything about altering DNA. I have no idea.
Yeah, it basically what you're talking about is it makes your DNA alter to fit what's in the vaccine, to replicate what's in the vaccine, so that your body then has something that it was never supposed to create. Whereas a normal vaccine gives you a little bit of the virus so that your body can then create its own antibodies. Like these vaccines are giving you everything, and that's not natural.
I will have to do more research on it because I really don't know a ton about it. But I'm probably not going to get it because I never leave my house.
It's not like I'm not a vacciner. I believe this vaccine is probably going to help a lot of people. And if you're in the affected age and all this and you want to take it, more power to you. But I am super, super sensitive to medicines. And with it altering your DNA and me already having enough sensitivity issues to things, I just want it. Like, yes, they did tests. Yes, they did trials. But 3, 6 months, even a year trial, as fast as they rushed it, there hasn't been a long enough study done. So I just want a long enough study done that I have a better feel about it.
I mean, I get that. My mom for a while did not allow me to get the HPV vaccine because it was new and there hadn't been enough studies on it.
Right.
And she didn't trust it. So I didn't get the HPV vaccine until I was an adult. Because I had to get it when I joined the Army.
Yeah. See, I didn't let Kira get it. They made it right about the time she was born. And so they had plenty of time to study it, but like I studied it for a good 2 months because of the fact that I had cancer, which was started or whatever from HPV. So I definitely wanted her to have it, but I wanted to make sure I knew what it was and every single symptom and all this stuff first. So
yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about the vaccine, so I don't usually like to talk about things if I don't have the information I don't know. Like, so that's something I would want to research before I would actually talk about it.
See, like Johnson & Johnson, when they get theirs out, I would take that because that's made the traditional way. But yeah, there's just like the science of it. It's not really a tech thing. It's more a science thing for me. So, and I know everything affects everybody differently, but it's just a science thing for me. Like, I don't trust something that actually screws with your vital from the womb DNA. Like, that just scares the shit out of me. Turn us back into apes. Okay.
And I don't think Jordan's going to get the vaccine because we're like 99% sure that he already had COVID back in March because he got really, really sick with flu-like symptoms and had to take a week off work and went and got tested for the flu because back in March they didn't really have the testing available yet. So they tested him for the flu and they called him and said, "You do not have the flu." So we're like, well, what the hell did he have then? And it was probably COVID.
See, that was us in February. Like, before they started saying, like, we were the first state to have it and blah, 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 blah. Like, before everybody knew about it, we got sicker than I've ever been in my life. My daughter never gets sick. My mom never gets sick. Usually it's just me and they get allergies. But,
right.
Yeah.
And a few days after Jordan got sick, Noelle got sick with the same thing. So I'm sure she probably already had it, and they both recovered just fine. And then I did not get sick, but if they both got sick at the same time and I was having to take care of both of them, I'm sure I probably
built up an immunity to it.
I probably got it and just didn't have symptoms.
Well, and the thing is, if she got it because y'all share DNA, what you would have received from her would have already had some of your immunity in it. So you might have got lucky with Jordan and then got inoculated from her.
Yeah. So I don't know. We're probably not going to end up getting it, but getting the vaccine because I don't know.
Plus, nobody said how much it cost.
Like you can get the vaccine 2 to 3 times a year, or you can get coronavirus 2 to 3 times a year.
You can get the flu 2 to 3 times a year.
I don't know. I just don't know. Jordan knows a lot more than me. He could probably talk to you about it because he pays attention to the COVID numbers and stuff because he works in retail and like he's exposed to a lot of people every single day. And so he stays like really, really up to date with all of the COVID stuff and the vaccine stuff and like all of it. But so he like if he was awake and he was down here, he could like tell you whatever because he probably knows.
Yeah. Well, my thing is before I was by myself, so I never really had to worry about it. I just stayed away from customers. And now that I got a warehouse guy, I thought I wouldn't have to worry about it because he has a broken foot or ankle or something. But dumbass was talking about going skiing this weekend with a broken foot. I mean, but still. So now I've got to worry about this dumbass going up on the mountain with hot people sweating. Like, great, you're going to bring COVID back to me. Lovely.
Yeah. We'll get the vaccine ASAP and won't gather with those without it. I mean, you do what you need to do. I don't gather with anybody, period. So yeah, I don't have to worry about that aspect. The only thing that concerns me is like because Jordan goes out and has to work and you know, he's exposed to a lot of people, then he comes home, but I'm not directly exposed to people. And when I do go out, like to grocery shop or whatever, I take all the, wear mask and all that kind of stuff, and I wash my hands constantly, and Noelle does not touch anything other than the cart after I've wiped down the handle and like all that kind of stuff. So like, and I don't know. The one thing that's been tough is that one of Jordan's employees tested positive for COVID, and so he has to work every single day until that person recovers and is able to come back into work again. And then also another employee that was working the same day that he found out that he was positive is taking off, however long quarantine is until they get there. They have to get a negative test result and then they can go back to work. So he's out 2 people, and that's why he has to work every single day. If it was just one person, then he would just have to work longer days, but not every day. But yeah, he has to work longer days and work every day until he gets at least one person back. But I don't know. It's just this whole thing is just ugh.
Should I put my timers out during the week on Thursdays like I used to do, or should I put them out in the morning? I don't know. They're there. Almost done.
Not everyone can be as cautious as we have been, but those who can be should be. Yeah. Yeah, I can't afford to do like delivery for my groceries. I do pickup orders when I can. Like I do most of my grocery trips. I will do a pickup order from Walmart, and where I just like I order it on the app and then I go and they put it in my trunk and then I go home and then I don't actually have to get out of the car. But sometimes I have because the main grocery store that I go to for produce and meat, they don't have pickup option. So I have to go into the store. But for all of my non-perishable stuff, I can do pickup orders.
Yeah, my ex, that's what he does. He does just the pickup orders. And then if he gets like, because he has diabetes, so if he gets cooped up in the house and he starts getting antsy or aggravated or whatever, since he has to work at home and live there too, he will just drive an hour to Omaha and back, just to feel like he's gone somewhere. Plus, it keeps his car going since he's not going anywhere.
Right.
And he's like, I thought I liked being alone, but I had like 3 months of you being gone, and then COVID hit. So you left, and I had work, and then suddenly I didn't have either one.
Right.
I'm going crazy.
I think I'm ready to end the live now. I'm getting drowsy.
Okay, I already told you I'm pulling an all-nighter day or whatever. I'm not going to bed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get caught up on some shit.
Okay, well, I'm going to end the broadcast here in a moment. For people who were here for a while, all that kind of stuff, thanks for being here. And my next live stream is on Wednesday for The Sims, because I will not be doing my normal live write-in on Tuesday, because that is Amber's book launch, and I want to be
on Sunday.
Huh?
Thought you were doing your.
Oh, that's right. I'm doing a live on Sunday, a bonus episode of The Sims for free play, and then the next one after that is Wednesday. My next writing stream is next Friday. I have all my streams scheduled for the rest of the month, so like they're ready to go. If there's any particular ones that you want to have a bell for, you can go or do the reminder thing. Yeah, I'm also an editor. If you want to hire an editor, or you're looking for one, or whatever, let me know. Rose City Editing, it is in the description below. Also, after being pested for several weeks by Charlie, I created a coffee.
Yeah, no. They ended up making me create one too.
So that is linked in the description. It's just like basically a tip jar for me if you want to. I'm not asking for money, but it's there. And if you feel so generous as to do that, then I love you. But I only made it because Charlie was like, you have to do it so people can give you money, because you need money, because you deserve it. And I was like, it's fine. And then finally I was like, oh my God, fine, I'll make one.
I know. That's why I set it on my reveal. That way, okay, Charlie, go watch it. I made one. I made it right before my birthday. Okay, that's right. There you go.
If you want to drop some money, she's down to sweep it up. No big.
We're both broke. We need money. If you feel like dropping us some coins, we'll take it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna ask for money, but I'll accept it if you give it to me.
Right. I won't give it back.
But
I will humbly take it, bow, and say thank you.
Also, coming into the future, my channel within the next couple of months will be some Arabic lessons. I am currently scripting videos and making printables and things. And yeah, so and they're going to be very, very basic. Basically, teaching Arabic to beginners from somebody who's gone through that process myself. So that's basically the premise of that whole thing. And yeah, that's it for me. Amber, do you have anything you want to say?
Take a breath. Other than my usual Sunday stream, Meadow has graciously allowed me to take her Tuesday writing stream at 4 p.m. Eastern on February 9th for my launch party. So definitely excited about that. That way I can have Meadow and Jace with me, which is awesome. And then on my channel, in my descriptions now, is my Ko-fi and my Twitch, because my Wednesday streams are going to Twitch probably after next Wednesday, because I want to try restream because Jason keeps talking about it. I'm going to try that first, and then I'll probably go to Twitch only. But so there's that. And if you want to, well, everybody already here has one, so never mind. So if you want a free chance at a book, but yeah. I think that's all I got.
Sweet. All right. Thank you for everybody being here, and I'll see you in the next one.